Hello, and welcome to Hour 8, or Hour 9 of this Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain run. There we go. Okay, we got logos, And now we got the depressing helicopter, where I should totally turn the happy music off and point out a frustrating thing going on with that enter button over there. So, I don't know if it's Steam or what, but the prompts are not consistent. We can press enter key to bring up the main menu, but we can also press the X button to open the legal and privacy disclaimers. Are we using a controller or a gamepad? We're definitely using a gamepad. That is the real answer to the question. Oh god, sneaking suit. Oh geez, the pop-up just went away. Okay, we got sneaking suit. We got more. Is this outer ops? Is that what he's talking about? And we also got a Y prompt for a cassette tape icon, and they all just fizzled away into nothing. I hate it when games tell you something. I hate it when games tell you something important in a pop-up that goes away, and then you like constantly try to hold on to that statement for short-term memory while another person's talking about something that you also need to be committing to memory. But anyways, I was not able to open up the pause menu before getting this pop-up. I got a daily bonus. Accept it from the reward screen. I have mother base coins. I have 1,120 of them. What do they look like? How big are they? How much does that weigh? What are they made out of? MB coins, it doesn't matter. MB coins can be used to purchase waters. Purchase waters? Reduce development time and speed up dispatch missions. Sure, we got the other two, but purchase waters? What the fuck? What does that mean? Purchase waters? I don't remember purchasing water. I do remember doing the other two things. Purchase waters? Was that a typo? Was it supposed to say purchase platforms? Because, you know, the platforms like pop out of water. I don't know. I don't know, Ron Cinephile. I just don't like having to have my mental verbalization process go in two different directions at once. And the Death Stranding emails, you have to sit there and read them, but there's at least like no questions about how whether or not you're spending your time the most efficient way possible to consume that story material. Actually, that's quite untrue. I have found that there is a strategic loop where you can read the emails to pass time while waiting for timefall to go away. I don't like listening to the radios at the same time as you're sneaking around people and having to think about short-term matters like when the next guard's going to wake up, or how delicately you need to move your Jeep out of the way of someone who might spot you. There's too many things to think about while listening to the cassette tapes during most of this game's in between mission time. We tried it last time, and Ocelot started giving us new orders that was an audio file playing on top of the cassette tape. And at that point, when they're overlaying on top of each other, it's borderline impossible to pay attention to either and actually play the game at the same time. Oh my god, we got 100,000 GMP dollars. These are different from Mother Base coins. And we just got them for logging in today. Okay, what do we do with these things? Where did Mother Base coins go? I think they hide those because there's some kind of bullshit premium currency thing going on. This is depressing. This is so depressing. Also, I think I'm kind of sick. Whew, I don't know if I have the lung capacity that I'm supposed to. Last Friday when I was streaming, I was talking about how I felt like I was weirdly out of breath or something, and I wanted to conserve my voice. And that problem continued into Saturday, and then on Sunday, around the time nighttime rolled around, I started vomiting. I had a really bad fever, and I slept it off and woke up feeling mostly fine, but there's just some kind of weird weakness in my chest today. And there's also a weird, like, spot on my tongue. Should I be showing my tongue to the web camera in front of people on Twitch? You can't see it anyway. It's not going to matter. I'm not going to stick my tongue up to the camera because I'm pretty sure that if I did, you wouldn't be able to see it either. There's a weird spot, and I don't want to call it a sore. I don't want to call it a lesion, and I don't want to call it a canker. It seems almost like the kind of spot that gets left behind when you bite your tongue. There's a certain sort of crevasse or divot or crease. A crease is, I think, the best word to describe it. If you were to draw it, there would be a tiny little X mark at the very tip of my tongue where the skin seems to kind of shrink down into a point and cause a little crease. And it doesn't necessarily hurt, but it is very distracting and annoying. And it hasn't healed for about 3 weeks now. And I hope it's not cancer. So I went on Google and looked up how the poor people get health care in the city and arranged an appointment with a free clinic that is like an hour of public transportation away that can't get back to me until about 4 or 5 days. That's probably going to give a higher priority to families than poor single bachelors. But the whole reason I made that arrangement is because I Googled what a weird spot on your tongue that doesn't necessarily hurt but is kind of annoying nonetheless might be, and it might be cancer. Or I could have just bit my tongue and forgotten about it and bit it really, really hard. That doesn't seem right. Why would it take so long to heal? It looks like a bite wound, a tongue bite wound. It feels like a tongue bite wound, but I don't remember biting my tongue. And it never really hurt like a tongue bite wound. It's like a tongue bite wound that was in the final stages of healing, but it's been like that for 3 weeks and seems to have popped up from relative nowhere. Also, I have a $3,000 HOA bill at the end of the month due to some extremely suspicious circumstances regarding them never seeming to have enough money, even though this building is a cash cow, and they are making millions from presumably from Airbnb revenue. But I have a $3,000 HOA bill due at the end of the month, and I'm stressing over that. It's very, very stressful. If I have my webcam begging for money menu up on screen, where I will be happily taking karaoke song requests for now while I can still sing before I start worrying about the doctors cutting my tongue out for tongue cancer because of a tiny little itty bitty spot that doesn't necessarily hurt but is just kind of annoying that Google got me all scared about. But yeah, last Metal Gear Monday, I said that the real life sadness was at a minimum. I don't know if I want to call this sadness, but it's not good. It's not a good place to be, and I can't guarantee I might not be a very effective performer tonight. As you can hear, my train of thought is not all the way on the rails right now. There's stuff in the back of my mind that's going to be weighing on my mind while simultaneously trying to listen to cassette tapes while also listening to Ocelot's new orders about the helicopter or whatever he's trying to talk about over the cassette tapes, while also trying to play the game good, while also trying to narrate good for Twitch. Which one of these can we skip? Because we were able to skip C2W. I think you pick 2 out of 3 main ops before it unlocks Where the Bees Sleep, and that's a big important story one. Eliminated the gunship. Oh wow, those extra objectives are like not things that naturally come to you your first time through. So let's pick the one that sounds the most interesting. Actually, we should pick the one that's the safest bet for permadeath purposes. So the one that's worth the least amount of money is at the top of the list. It has slightly more objectives than some other ones, though. Okay. Oh, we have to kill 3 guards at once in number 7. And number 8, we have to eliminate the colonel who's been reassigned from a village to a fort and prevent the tanks from redeploying to Smasi Fort. That sounds too complicated. Rebel guerrillas are launching... Oh, God. I remember this one being sad and disappointing, too. Rebel guerrillas are launching an offensive. Eliminate as many fighting vehicles as possible in order to weaken the Soviets' reinforcements. Right. When reading that and listening to the briefing, I was expecting a battle scene, but it's really like... You're all alone as usual, planting traps and having fun, which is all good. But there's this like, there's this constant sense of expectations not being met. Rebel guerrillas are launching an offensive. Eliminate as many fighting vehicles as possible in order to weaken the Soviets' reinforcements. Recommended weapons are missiles. And whatever you are visualizing is probably not going to be looking as cool as how that mission actually looks cool when you play it out, even though it's still very fun and exciting and will look cool to some certain degree. The game sets something up in your mind that's not going to be there when you have the real thing. Okay, I think this one might be our most likely one. Extract Malak, the Mujahideen prisoner who is being held at Lamar Kate Palace. And it looks like we can helicopter in right next to it, but do we want to? What's going on with Yako Obo supply outpost here? Because if I just have to extract him, I think that just means Fultoning him straight into the sky, and I don't think I have to do anything up here. I can just plop down on the helicopter, mosey on over, grab him, take him out to the open air, Fulton him, and then mosey back to the helicopter. Attainable skills... Tough guy. Let's play the briefing tape.
The objective is to
while managing Mother Base.
Captured by the Soviets. He's being held in the ruins of Lamar Kate Palace, as are a lot of POWs. Civilians, guerrillas, suspected guerrillas. The Soviets have turned the place into their own black site. However, we've only been asked to rescue one of the prisoners. He's known as Malak, angel to his fellow Mujahideen. The client is none other than his father, or rather...
I don't actually think I have to do anything. Hey, I just missed that because I was paying attention to the Mother Base stuff. Oh! Okay, I'm sorry. What did he say? We gotta listen to that again.
The objective is to rescue and extract a Mujahid captured by the
Right.
Soviets.
If I'm multitasking, I'm gonna lose it.
As are a lot of POWs.
But
Civilians, guerrillas,
if I'm sitting there and paying attention to it, I'm not doing anything. At least when you're watching the codec, there's no expectation. Here there's expectations. I can still press buttons. I can still click around these menus if I want to. It's like an anxiety's hitting me that wasn't there before.
Or rather, this was his father's dying wish.
That sounds relatively noble. Okay, but as far as Mother Base management goes, I think staff management looks good, but what is the dot there for? The dot that says the number 1 in it? What is that? What does that mean? By game linguistic lingos, that usually means we would have one new arrival, I'm guessing. Is it Silent Basilisk here? Is that what that means? Why is there a lock next to him? What does that mean? This makes me feel like such an idiot. God. I guess we'll put him on Intel, because he's good at R&D, but Intel is understaffed. Okay.
Staff assigned.
Did we fix it? No, there's still a number 1. Okay, does chat say what this number 1 means? Can't you lock dudes to keep them from getting auto-assigned? Oh, is that what that means? Oh, we have 2 out of 12 locks.
Select unit.
Okay.
Unit
Base
function
leveled
added.
down, Intel leveled up. Weather scanning added, I don't know, I had to read 3 lines and the bottom one kind of went away before I could get there. What does the 1 mean? What does this 1 mean? This is gonna drive me fucking crazy. 99, oh my god, do I have to press 99 buttons before I should at least play the game to make sure everything's optimal and good? This is the anxiety it causes me is not not worth the absolutely minuscule benefits I'm getting from that. Some soldiers are auto-locked because they were plot important. The dots are new things in your mother base. Is it Silent Basilisk? Is he a new thing?
Unit.
Because I thought I put him
Select
somewhere. How do I see where he is? How do I see where he has been put? Diplomat. Lessons instances of trouble within unit.
Select unit.
Wait, no. What was his skills?
Select unit.
Intel. Oh, he must be on R&D right now, I guess,
Select
because I see the
unit.
number going down instead of up, but I don't see... Okay, R&D's the wrench. All staff.
Select unit.
Why does he have a dot next to him? Can I make it go away? I would like to make it go away. I would like to clear my notifications, thank you. That dot goes away after you go into the field. Is this the tax doing stream? It almost feels like it. Okay. Materials. What are these? Resources. Resources. We have 29 dots. 29 news of something. The numbers here are way bigger than 29. I don't know what new thing we have 29 of. Oh, I guess I use these in missions? What does the little globe mean? I can't decipher this. I cannot decipher this. This is not like a productivity PC interface. It's kind of like a Final Fantasy menu, but the game design it's built around seem utterly incompatible. Okay, I got one new buddy equipment. Wait, did I unlock one new buddy equipment? I cannot pick either of those. Oh, I cleared it! I cleared the one from that one! Helicopter.
Please specify a project.
These are all locked. Also, did I mention my stomach hurts? I have chronic irritable bowel syndrome, and I don't know why. And it cost $4,000 in 2018 to go to the hospital and have them tell me they don't know why. And it's been like this for 6 years, and it's flaring up especially bad today for some reason, and I think it might have something to do with the water quality of my Airbnb-controlled condo tower. I gotta tab out for a second and think. Alright, let's get back to it. The globes are online items and money. Game combines both. This is useful. It costs $35,000. I'm sorry, but a couple pop-ups ago, I thought it said it cost $0, and I knew that couldn't be true, so I pressed it again, and a different pop-up came up that said it costed $30 whatever dollars. 30 whatever thousand. There's so many of these, and I'm never gonna use them. I hate these menus so much. I despise this. I despised this part of the game in Peace Walker too. Like, this is... There's just something inherently grating and frustrating about this that's not elegantly connecting with my soul. Okay, so the SVG-76 branches into these directions. So we're navigating a spreadsheet. We're navigating a technology tree plastered on top of a spreadsheet. A branch here separates into 3 other branches that then separate into 5 branches. That's why they're nodes on a spreadsheet. The earlier nodes are not going to get used, but the later nodes are going to get used. I feel like it also limits the amount. Yeah, if I was navigating a technology tree with more than 4 items per page, that's another thing. If we were like zoomed out where I could see the whole tree branching every which direction, I'd get it. I just have a hard time looking at this and understanding the big picture. I'm never going to need shotguns, but some awful animal part of my brain wants to clear the notifications off the screen. I don't even like acknowledging that that's part of the animal doing decisions here right now. I'm gaining nothing from getting rid of these numbers, but I want to get rid of them. I want to clear the 2 off of this. Oh, the submachine guns might actually be useful. Never mind, they're locked. I shouldn't have worried about it. The handguns might be useful, but they're locked. Let's not worry about it. Let's just clear this number off the screen. I shouldn't. It takes so much time to do this, and I'm not gaining anything from it, and I'm just complaining the entire time. Where did the others go? Three, two, one. The notifications that I'm clearing, like, do they look different at all on the spreadsheet? Do I have to go through every single... Oh, I got it! I got it! I don't know which one did it, but I got it. Okay, sniper rifles might be useful. Yay! No! Okay, there's a little dot. There is a bright blue dot on top of a dark blue background that pulsates just a little bit that goes away when you scroll over them. So I might be able to do this with a little more sense of purpose now. I see a lot of stuff that looks potentially useful, but it's locked. I guess that means I need to Fulton more guys? If Metal Gear Survive is just more of this, I'm not interested in playing it. If a lot of AAA games for the past 10 years have been a lot of this, and I have gradually grown very disinterested in keeping up with that scene in general. The budget's... I've even seen some of this shit creep into Resident Evil. Like in the Resident Evil 4 remake, you craft bullets out of gunpowder. And the systems were in the previous games, but like... something about menu and UI design in modern Japanese games going on like 15 years now has not been good. Where is it? Where's my missing glove? Which one is it? I remember these being very fun, but we cannot unlock any of them right now. Okay, so now that I know that the number on the menu is going to correspond with a tiny little blue dot, I feel like I might be able to clear the notifications from my staff list with a little more speed and coherency now. Where is it? Have I scrolled over it and missed it? There's one glove over here that needs a mouse over, a cursor. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's one handgun. Nah, I'm not. That's. I can tolerate a number 1. I can't tolerate a number like 30 popping up on these things. Okay, so there was a guy who had a dot next to him, Silent Basilisk. Of all the staff, he's the only one with a dot next to him. He also has the lock. Okay, there's a few other guys that have the lock, but he's the only one with the dot. Also, the other guys have a different kind of lock. Or at least these two guys have a different kind of lock.
Select unit.
What is direct contract? I guess I'm not allowed to know. Oh good, he's healthy. We're just gonna have to give up on clearing our notifications. Our notifications cannot be cleared. Mission list, side up
Select a
list.
mission.
So I guess there's 5 missions and
Please
3 of them
select a
must be
mission.
side ups. Oh, these are different. Oh, Russian interpreter. Don't we want one of these? Extract the wandering mother base soldiers. Oh, lucky dog. The prisoner is said to be highly skilled. Okay, we want to do these actually. Isn't D-Dog very useful? And the interpreter? Let's do D-Dog first. I hope it's not hard. This might as well be a main quest. Okay, but anyways, there's 3 side ups and 5 missions. Some of these missions are story critical and unlock others, but I guess you don't know until you play. But it might be the ones at the bottom of the list. I remember Angel with Broken Wings feeling more important or seeming more important. It caught my eye. But no, we're actually doing D-Dog first.
Please select a landing zone.
Yakko Obo. We're gonna visit the Yakko, Wacko, and Dot supply outpost at a safe distance. I think I want George to just die. Yeah, me too, buddy. Don't threaten me with a good time. Okay, we're gonna have 2 rifles now. Is this gonna make us less sneaky? Both of those are good. We are ignoring the capture cage. I have very bad memories. Character, that's the camo. You know what these games all... Oh, here we go. Help. Oh, was this here this whole time? Okay. What do these icons on the bottom mean? We have a scope, 2-star. Okay, that means we have a 2-star scope. What does this radio mean? Grade of your binoculars, iDroid, and Fulton recover. Okay. So that's how upgraded they are.
Deploying.
I'm tempted to go back a few menus and press that help button more and decipher some of this stuff. But no, we're not. I'm not. We're getting out of the fucking menus and playing the game. Welcome, Stevery.
We've added an analyzer function to your binoculars. Now you can view soldiers or POWs and get a readout on their rank or any special skills they might have. Depending on their skills, they may even be able to develop new types of weapons or items. Try it out the next time you're thinking of fooling someone.
It does look like a Super Bowl commercial. The music in those menus is also feeling weirdly thematically inappropriate.
Be careful down there, boss.
Marker placed.
Automatic mining. What the fuck even is that? There's so many systems in this game that don't belong there. And they kind of just, are only there to justify the budget. Okay, it's just a sheep. I thought that was an enemy helmet poking up out of the ridge line. I miss OSP. Oh, we get a lot of that in the second half of the game, though. Oof, sorry. It's a fortress. I'm sneaking into a fortress.
A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Seems weirdly underguarded. I haven't seen anyone in these towers or on the walls.
Analysis complete.
And I guess the guy right by the front gate is just barely out of scan range. So is this guy. Okay, we finally got one on the wall. Let's... Ah!
Boss, come Boss! Boss!
What? What? Okay, so there was a ridge line right in front of the horse, and after tapping the controller button forwards, the horse decided to jump off the ridge to our mutual deaths. No, it counts. I did not do that on purpose. I feel like if Snake could have even taken that fall. Misleading fall damage? Am I blaming the game? Yes, I am blaming the game. That was weird. That didn't feel normal. We're not continuing the run. We're just gonna do side ops and dick around and talk, but we're not doing any more story. That was the phantom pain. The anticlimactic feeling that something's not quite right and missing is how we died in the phantom pain. We just fell off a ledge with the horse controls. Okay, let's actually regain lost progress. I'm going to experiment with that a few times and see what I did wrong.
The map has been updated.
Jesus Christ, that's disappointing. That's so sad. This game is so sad. I don't know. I'm not in a good place right now, you guys. I really need to finish this video and get money and go to the doctor and see whether or not I have cancer. Okay, now I remember we took a right. Did we take a right? This doesn't quite feel like the same right. Yeah, we were higher than this. We dropped down some cliffs, and I think I see the cliffs to the left of us, so let's go back around and follow the Jeep's route a little bit more. So I recall Snake himself having some pretty beefy legs for taking fall damage like that well. I recall weird deaths with the horse during my first playthrough a decade ago. I was not expecting that to be what would get me for this run. Okay, there's a kind of almost deliberate path leading to this overlook here. where it looked like I was following the game designer's script to a T, and I was doing it, I think, on this rock. Oh, come on. Was this the fall? That does not look that big. That's fine. He did it fine. Was it here? No, it wasn't in the water. I don't think it was in the water. I think I remember there being sand underneath me. It might have been this. How do I place left trigger? Okay, I can't place a marker up there. We're gonna have to eyeball it, keep it in center frame. I think it was the center plateau. So, like, this thing, maybe? I feel like this isn't the same view that I had of the city last time, or the fortress last time. This feels kind of like the same view. Was this the drop? That does not look like a big drop. Should I look at the clip on Twitch? That might have been the drop. That might have been it. Okay, now I want to see if Snake can take that fall all by himself.
Snake!
Yeah, it's also kind of... there's a TV tropes term for it. The term when, like, your hero can get battered and bashed around and he's fine, but once you cross the threshold where he finally has 0 HP, he, like, ragdolls and explodes in a million bloody parts. There's fall damage, and then there's death, without a lot of in-between. Oops, sorry. I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm guessing the horse add heights. Oh, is that actually what got me? The horse is adding like 3 to 4 feet of height to your drop. Okay, was it this? Is this where I made my turn? Okay. If I was just slightly to the left, I would have survived it. Hey, but let's see. Like, this doesn't look like a particularly intimidating drop, even for normal Snake. But my instincts do say that up here is something I'd want to worry about. But we're right on the line, like 2 feet to the left, and this looks like something I should survive. Whee! Okay, we took fall damage, but we're going to recover from it in 30 seconds as if it doesn't even matter. That's the other thing! Regenerating health means a decision like that carries little to no consequence. I guess if you're in the middle of a fight it would, but not right now it doesn't. So if we're on a horse, we don't survive that fall, but if we're on foot, we do survive that fall. We take fall damage, but it is perfectly survivable. Let me test that again with the horse. I do declare shenanigans. It is kind of breaking my intuitive game logic to think that the human cannot take a fall that the horse... Or that the human is the one that dies along with the horse. That the horse is not either breaking the fall or better equipped with its super horse legs to take a fall like that than a human is. But let's see what happens. Whee! Yeah, no, that's bullshit. I am declaring that was the game's fault. The rules that I have gotten myself accustomed to were grinding against the actual game logic in a moment of one of the few in-field moments of disharmonious gameplay here. When you're in the menus and shit, I'm not feeling the magic. When playing the game, sure, but I guess in that particular moment I'm not. In a way, I guess it's kind of appropriate for Metal Gear Solid V, The Phantom Pain, to have a sad ending to our permadeath runs. Because Metal Gear Solid V, The Phantom Pain is all about experiencing some kind of sadness. Yeah, me neither. I never expected it either. How do we go? Ah, no, come, what? Alright, what fucking ever. I'm not in the best mood for this, I don't think. What can I do to have fun without doing story stuff in this game? Let's do a different side up. How do we go back home? This is so depressing. Can we just, like, there's no, death doesn't matter anymore, so return to ACC. The thing is, Snake is sitting with a straight back. He can't absorb the fall with his knees. He's taking the fall with his column and butt bone, so he died.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Yes.
Members of the intel team are on the ground.
What extraction?
Reports will be reflected as predicted enemy fields of movement on your iDroid's map.
Am I the extraction that returned to Mother Base? Are they talking about D-Horse? What are they actually talking about? This is so abstract and user-unfriendly. We're gonna do side-ups and listen to cassette tapes for the rest of the night. That's so depressing. That's so sad. I wish it didn't go like this. I apologize. How in the world do I have the balls to ask for money while doing this? What the fuck? How in the world does the HOA have the balls to charge 201 people? Oh, I know why. I know the sordid details why. Well, the sordid details will come out eventually, but I might accidentally get the minutiae wrong, so I shouldn't say anything yet. But yeah, this has definitely been the saddest day to play the saddest Metal Gear game and accidentally ruin the run in one of the saddest possible ways the system can even allow for. I did not die in combat. I did not die like a hero. I did not die doing anything exciting. I struggled with menus until picking one of the most minor side quests and died from a minor ridge damage, fall damage that Snake survives when on foot. Hey, Permadeath's not on, so we good. Alright, let's be a little more careful. Actually, should I also do something about that truck that someone might find later? What's the point in Fultoning the corpse? What? Alright, well, we'll put him in the bushes. I don't know if that's very well hidden. Let's listen to the man who sold the world. We can do that. What? Oh, there we go. How many of these songs have they taken out of the game for copyright? Can I close the door? We're just gonna leave the door open? Can I drive the door closed? There we go. How did they know? Wait, RB? What was that RB prompt for? It just did the scope. Can I, like... I can't. How do, How can I make my, truck driving more stealthy? I want to disguise myself as an enemy truck. Oh, you're right in the back. What's the RB? Why are they telling me to press RB? Okay, we gotta get out of this thing. He's winning that. How? Okay. Ah! We are officially doing the stupidest, dumbest extraction mission possible, and honestly, that's probably the way you're supposed to play this game. No, come on, get the wormwood. Yes, very important. Oh, can't I, like... I saw an arc to that. It looked like it might have actually originated at some point nearby. I wonder if that's a mortar that an actual NPC somewhere around here is firing at me.
Analysis complete.
You know what I just realized we could also do with the rest of the night? We could dual wield Metal Gear Solid 5 and the Ground Zeroes at the same time. I'd say do the Red Brass mission, because that's going to unlock the Revenge system, and then you can truly mess with the game. Wait, Revenge system? What are you talking about? I thought this, Revenge system... I don't think this game has a Nemesis-style system. And I remember Revenge being more of a, aesthetic theme than a actionable gameplay mechanism. Ah, there's no bullet drop at that distance. I aim too high. I think there might be bullet lead time, though. Oh my god, did they make the song more instrumental? There is bullet lead time, okay. Come on, stand still. Oops. Come on, go for the mortar. Just like 2 guys before you did. Oh no, I'm under cover. You're gonna have to mortar me. However, you're gonna hit me under this cover. Nah. Just do it the easy way. Point and click on bad guys. Oh, they could have been talking about the wormwood when they were talking about extractions arriving at Mother Base earlier. Oh! Oh. Oh, we're fine. I for a second thought I just killed the interpreter that we're coming here to kidnap.
Clouds approaching.
Oh, that's good for playing a super sneaky stealth game like this, right? Oh, they're gonna have snipers at the ready? That doesn't sound good for an open world stealth game. Okay, well, you say that if I snipe them too much, they'll have snipers at the ready. So we'll just switch back to normal gun for a while and see how that goes.
Guard post captured.
Guard post captured. What? What is she talking about? I massacred a guard post. I didn't capture it. That gave me money and heroism. Oh, I can climb these, right? I think I remember them being kind of climbable. Nope. But that totally looks like an alternate route you can drop down from. There's a suspicious amount of detail and walkable space up there, so it was worth giving it a try. Okay, I finally died. Wow, that's sad. What a sad game. Okay, can I climb this ridge line and get a bit of an elevation on the situation ahead? Come on. D-Horse even adds height. Come on, Snake. You should be able to climb that. Climb the thing. In Ground Zeroes, you can scale fences 2 feet higher than that thing. Oh wait, yeah, we forgot something very important.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Alright, we're at the Yakko, Wacko, and Dot supply post. We can climb that thing. Come on, come on, come, no! Isn't this why open world games usually have a jump button? Is because they like want players to mash that jump button in front of stuff and... Oh, it should, yeah, okay, shush, it's time to get immersed into tactical David Bowie espionage action. Is this the same base we would have snuck into to save D-Dog? It's the man who sold the world.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Boss, get down. The enemy.
Ah, there we go.
Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable
This is something that should have been in the normal default difficulty mode from the very beginning. It makes so much more sense for that to be the game obstacle of a open world daytime stealth game. Yeah, get out of the sniper's sight line, stay low on the ground. That all of a sudden this looks way more plausible. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. I think Snake might have gotten... What? What the hell am I doing? Extract the interpreter. Oh my god. Okay, I get it. So the side ups, you are not instanced. You don't have to pick them from a menu. You can wander from one to another. There was a very old marker that I put down on the map a long time ago, and I've just been instinctively following it for the past 10 minutes, thinking that I'm going to the interpreter when I'm really going to D-Dog. What up, Final Blue Man? I'm just being sad, playing the saddest Metal Gear game, and I'm especially sad because a week ago I was not this sad. But $3,000 HOA bills. What was I gonna say? Have a way of sneaking up on you? He's kind of crawling to the beat of the music. It's nice. Dun dun da 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 dun 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 da. No. Okay, now let's rescue the interpreter instead of D-Dog and play it for real this time and not silly having fun. Now, how did I get so far off course? All right, so I remember a marker that was more than 1,000 meters away. I thought it was an objective. It's clearly not. Can we get this thing off? Okay. Now we're gonna go over there. And we're going to take a helicopter to shorten the trip. Let's see how dynamic this is, if I have to go back to any menu or any loading screen to ride a helicopter from one helicopter point to another. I don't even remember where the button in the menu to ride the helicopter from one point to another comes up, but we shall see. Oh, wait. Hang on. So the helicopter is going to be playing this too. Aren't we supposed to be listening to story tapes while doing this, actually? Yeah, we're going to be hearing, okay, we already did that one. We did this one. There we go.
SOSAL 2 still hasn't gone into effect. That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. Whole deal. That's when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off. Somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. Timing couldn't have been worse. The president was in the middle of the SAL 2 talks back then. You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize.
Helicopter? Helicopter? Where's the helicopter? Where are we going? I guess we just go back to Mother Base.
Humans aren't capable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans
so we cannot ride the helicopter from one point to another. It's gotta go back to the menu. I guess we'll have to listen to the tape over again some other time. Wait, what? I don't remember extracting, guys. Volunteer. Oh, did they level up their skills or something? Is that what that is? That screen did not explain what I was looking at. Or am I just not in a mood to interpret anything right now? Side ops. And no, interpreter. Okay. Helicopter. Okay. Commence mission, but nighttime. Okay. I think we did become bloodier and hornier in like 15 minutes just now. Oh yeah, he's way bloodier than he was 15 minutes ago. Way bloodier. So we washed that off by being sneakier, right? Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna see how much blood we can wash off in the next 15 minutes. After getting him real bloody and horny for the first 15 minutes. Oh, wait, no, don't you have to take a shower, an actual in-game shower to fix that? Or change his clothes, his actual in-game clothes? Oh, hello. I thought this was a side op. Yay! Oh, I actually probably shouldn't feel good about that at all.
We'll pick him up.
I sure hope so. That looked terrifying for the little guy. Even if you pick him up okay, like, wouldn't that still screw something up with the dog? Like it was a tiny, fragile little puppy. If we're not breaking bones, we're gonna be giving him a fear of something for his entire life. But no, he's gonna turn into D-Dog, the super courageous soldier dog that... I think you use it to, like, distract soldiers, but I think you also totally can maul the soldiers and have D-Dog fucking kill guys if you want. We'll find out in 15 minutes. Now, if I was a Russian interpreter, where would I be? It's too bad we can't circle around it in the helicopter and tag people before going down. Can we shoot those lights out later?
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Okay, also, those skills that I saw on the volunteer screen, those were new people joining Mother Base instead of their skills leveling up. Are these Soviet soldiers just gonna be bad at everything forever? I extracted a word? What does that mean?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh, maybe the analyzer can pick up who the interpreter is? Well, if we can't figure out which one is the interpreter, I think I know a way to get him regardless. And that is to extract everyone. And we'll find out later. Yeah, Miller can sort through them. We'll let Miller sort them out. Wait, did I really go the wrong way? Oh, yes, I did. Okay, let me actually put a marker there. Wait,
Marker placed.
Something's wrong with me today. I don't feel sick. I don't feel mentally healthy, though. That's what I feel physically okay. I don't feel physically sick, but there is something weighing on my mind that I wish I did not have to be thinking about 24/7 right now, and it's not conducive to efficient, optimal gameplay. Yeah, frazzled. Just today. Whoa! Yeah, okay, if it turns out I have tongue cancer, that means I have to get really good at singing the songs now. Because, I might not be able to for the rest of my life if that happens. Words that kill. Would you speak them to me? See, I sound just like Donna Burke. I can't tell the difference. Okay, so how does the song begin? I remember the trailer from E3 2014 like it was yesterday.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist.
I think the first word of the song is whoa-ho.
West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. That's the target.
Thank you.
Analysis complete.
He still has some pretty bad skills, but he is least worst at what? Box? What is that? What does he have a C grade in? He has a C in Intel and something else. I don't know what that box symbol is. Hey, did you Jabrishki and Bliski? I recognize two of those words.
Да, я всегда читаю газеты и журналы с той стороны. Я даже думаю по-английски.
Правда?
Clouds approaching.
Клёв.
I love how when I grabbed that guy 2 streams ago and tried to interrogate him, all he said was, "Ruski, speak, please!" Oh no, we're out of batteries! Is there anyone on the back side of the house? I could just climb up on top of the house and magazine the 2 guys in the opposite direction, then Fulton, my main guy. Oh! Are they laughing about the Mujahideen? I heard a laugh and a Mujah something.
That Soviet soldier in the green beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist.
What?
With him on our side, we'd be capable
No!
of interpretation support.
That would have been so cool to find out on my own instead of through the audio radio and have him identify right away. This is gonna be easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yeah, I missed it. Did I miss it, or was it just too easy to tag him right away and get it? Because it would have been nice to use a brain cell or two to play games. Is he still curious? Nah. Let's get him curious. Maybe he's having trouble pathfinding his way out of the house. I might have to shepherd him one step at a time. He doesn't want to leave the house. Let's knock this guy out first, and then we'll go after the other 2. And we'll hide him behind the sandbags here. Is he worth a Fulton? Is there any actual gameplay reason not to just Fulton everyone? Oh, you do have limited supply. 11. I have 11 of these. So we got a Fulton the 11. Oh, he is worth a Fulton. I maybe should have done that later.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
This is fun. All of a sudden the game's fun now. Okay, so the revenge system is a spicy way of saying an adaptability, the choose your own difficulty system. I think I remember failing more missions by failing the objectives than actually dying. Of all the times I saw the game over screen in this game, I think I saw it more times. Okay, so if they see a bunch of Fultoning, they start developing a counter strategy to shoot the Fulton balloons. If you do a bunch of sniping, they start sending the snipers out. And honestly, I would love to just flip those guys on from the options menu. That's not what you're gonna get at Mother Base, though, friend. Yeah. What do we got in here?
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
C's and E's. C's and D's. I don't think they're worth a Fulton. They might be worth a ride, though. I know what that means. You don't gotta be a brain surgeon to know what that means. You don't gotta be a Russian interpreter to know what that means. Alright guys, where are we headed? They're going the wrong way. So... both my side-ups are that away. Whoa!
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project.
So, can I get Russian to English subtitles now? Do I have to go in a menu and do that? Don't tell me. We'll find out in 2 minutes. And oh god, these ridges are very, very scary. Actually, I now have a newfound fear of putting too much confidence in D-Horse's jumping skills. Whee! Okay, so that was fine. I bet D-Horse even enjoyed that one a bit. We'll figure out gradually which jumps D-Horse does and doesn't like. Let's see about this one. Whee! That one's fine. It looked bigger when I was at the top of the hill than when I was falling off it. Oh hey, there's a vine growing up a wall there.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Whee! That's fine. I haven't gotten any big ones like that one that got me killed a few minutes ago. Good thing the night vision goggles are highlighting this thing in way brighter colors than the other. Oh, it's not a vine, it's a crack! We're crack climbing.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
I have some fond memories screwing with the guards in the base right behind me up here. Alright, sprint it out. Oh, nice. Yeah, we don't have to go to a menu for that. Oh, they don't have voice acting for the... Oh, that's so sad. He's not saying Ruski speak please anymore. He's just moaning and groaning with subtitles. Oh, that's so disappointing. I'm feeling the phantom pain as I speak. Also, what was this deal about the specialist he was talking about? He said our specialist is posted here, but specialist, aha! But you gotta like sort through several different items on your map to see what they're talking about.
Analysis complete.
Okay. Specialist. This guy.
Analysis complete.
He has a D in box skills. That's not... What's the specialist about him? He's not gotten particularly good grades in anything. Like the rank and file of most of the world's armies.
Complete.
So, let me check chat. That box skill that he has an E in, I see we have combat, R&D, platform development, and then just question mark, and then intel and medical team. Staff management. What's the box? What's the box? Support unit. Fulton extraction, deployment supply, comm support Russian. Comm support Russian is a support thing, not a intel thing. Huh. Okay, it's support unit. They give you more Fultons and deployment slash supply. What does that do? I'm not pressing the help button enough. I think I covered it. Support unit is languages and Fultons and I don't know, like that deployment support though, does that mean how much money I have to throw around? Because that's a different thing. Does it mean how much equipment I have to throw around? Because that's also a different thing. What do they mean by rear echelon support deployment slash supply? Box means support. Box means he's single and ready to mingle. I see a crack. Can I climb that one? Nope, it's not bright enough in night vision. Is it just me, or is D-Horse not that much faster than running at sprint? Is this my route over the hills? Might be.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Has Kojima said in an interview or something why they make half the game take place in Afghanistan and sub-Saharan Africa and the Congo? Is it supposed to make Westerners feel uncomfortable? I mean, I've always assumed so, but I never knew whether or not that was the case in like actual the canon, the writing, the interviews, etc. Is there a game that made you change or think over your behavior? Oh yeah, gotta be. Let's that's a fun question. I'm sure that I could say something about literally any game I'm playing affecting me in some subtle way. but change or think over your behavior. I want to say, I talked about it in the strategy game video. It's when I was in high school playing my first round of Civ for the first time, like, it is impossible for a kid to look at world politics and grand historical narratives the same way after playing their first Civ game. I want to say that that was a very powerful experience. The Sims probably also had a very powerful formative building of expectations about how I thought adult life would go. In more recent memory, though, that's a fun one to think about while my train of thought is also going to narration and gameplay. But I'm working on a video about Jutaro, which is a weird indie game no one knows about, but a lot of game critics absolutely love it. That got me reading some fun Celtic mythology, and also talking about that game with my usual critical lens, using my usual game analysis worksheets and the usual method I walk through, was very, very rough. And a friend of mine introduced me to an old media scholar, an old literature scholar, rather, named Northrop Frye, who I've been reading, and Jutaro got me especially interested in reading more books to be a better critic. I'm currently reading through Anatomy of Criticism by Northrop Frye, and that has definitely changed my thinking and hopefully my behavior. When it comes to thinking and behaviors that are very immediately powerful to the individual, but maybe subtle on a mass scale, I want to say that, like, getting in the habit of understanding checklists as a quest log is something that bleeds over into everyday thinking in a pretty uncomfortable way, too. Like, when I'm going throughout my day, I will make a notepad file of what I want to do by the end of the day, and it will look like a quest log in a video game. You look like a demon when the game screen is dark, by the way. The light is reflected only in the glasses. Oh, for a second I thought you were talking about Big Boss! And whether or not I made him bloodier and hornier because of the daytime. What other places convey conflict more? Call of Duty settings. Eastern Europe. Shanty towns and shacks in various impoverished hotspots of the world, of which Afghanistan has its fair share of in this game, of course. Yeah, like the Middle East as portrayed in Western media in general. It's like hard for Western audiences and how much stereotyping we've had beaten into us to look at any given Middle Eastern image and immediately associate it with conflict and war and battle. What other places convey conflict more? I think that might be rhetorical, a rhetorical answer, because those might be the two most worst places that do for the game's primary target demographic. There might be no other choice of setting that evokes conflict and the sadness of politics going wrong than Afghanistan and the Congo. Feels weird to say that with the Congo, because, like, Africa's fun. There's a lot of positivity associated with African imagery in Western media that I feel like might have peaked in the 90s and gone away since then. They're not as offensive as it was. I don't think they're making a lot of movies like Ernest Goes to Africa anymore. For a while, when I was in my younger days, I was thinking of doing a bike tour in Africa itself. It seemed like a pretty decent idea at the time with some of the countries. So, like, yeah, the kind of Africa they're getting into in the game is definitely not representative of the real thing. But also, I think, in terms of getting a bad shake in Western media, as weird as it is, I feel like Africa is sometimes depicted more positively than the Middle East gets. I just can't think of many movies like Ernest Goes to Africa that take place in the Middle East. Like, is there a positive depiction of the Middle East in a horrifically offensive movie for white people that tries to make it look like a fun place to visit? Oh, they probably have something to do with Egypt. Oh no, they probably have something to do with Israel too. I think they chose Africa because they needed a jungle map. They got a jungle map. The last time a Metal Gear Solid game needed a jungle map, it takes place in fucking Russia. The one place in, like, okay, it takes place in Tajikistan, but technically the Soviet Union at the time the game takes place. They really stretched hard to come up with the jungle setting last time, and maybe this time they just didn't want to as much. I'm forgetting Peace Walker. Yeah, Peace Walker had a jungly setting. By the way, those Ernest movies sure do have their fan bases, and they'll like talk your head off about how they're actually good movies, but curiosity did get the better of me one time, and I did start to watch Ernest Goes to Africa. And I had a pretty hard time getting through the first 5 minutes, and I think I dropped it at minute 7, but whoever's enjoying that, I hope your childhood memories are fond, but that reevaluating it as an adult was hopefully an enlightening experience. In Afghanistan, you're supporting the Mujahideen against the Soviets, and in Africa, you're supporting the MLPA against UNITA. Didn't the Middle East contribute significantly to mathematics? The vast overwhelming majority, I almost want to say. Most of the math we're working with today is Greek and Arabian math formulas churned through computers at a rate they could not have done to make modern technology. But yeah, I think the basics of math have not changed in like 1,000 years since brilliant Arabian scholars in the Islamic Golden Age were working on it. But yeah, no, it is kind of wild, actually, that Westerners will toss the term Arabic numerals around while still putting such a negative mood over the more media associations. So we're extracting a wandering mother base soldier who I think is actually going to be here instead of with the Soviets. That would make more sense. If it's a wandering mother base soldier, I think I remember this from a decade ago. So there's some, like, are they going to be parasite zombies or something? I remember something like that going on with these guys. The numerical system is in Arabic, it's Indian. Oh, I know the minutiae, and you're splitting hairs. But the Western world got it from the Arabic world. Thanks, Professor Asham, for clarifying. I know what you're talking about, and I know you know what I was talking about, but now we know a little bit more that the Arabic system is borrowing from an earlier Indian system. Oh my god, are you going to tell us how the alphabet is Middle Eastern too? Because I mean it is, and you're not wrong, but you can't be wrong on the internet. They're very traumatized MSF soldiers that can be sedated, or you can convince them to come to you. Let's try doing a charisma check. So I got spotted by someone, but they like ran out of my view or something. I got a little white stain on my screen for a second, and I guess it was the mother base soldier. What?
Analysis.
Oh, look at him go!
Is that one of our men from 9 years ago? Bring him home, boss.
Oh, so MSF is just to clarify that they're Peace Walker era soldiers as opposed to Metal Gear Solid 5 era soldiers. There is a secret if you approach the Mother Base soldier with the cardboard box. Okay, well, I guess it's not going to be much of a secret now. Oh, maybe they know that I'm not actually the real big boss. Okay, let's approach them at full speed. They're coming to me! Their number's getting smaller. Their Arabic numerals are decreasing. Hello. Alright, now I want to be a little nice to him.
Boss, I knew you were alive.
Yeah, let's just not press the controller for a while. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Let's be gentle with him. Okay, so when I was playing this game, I always assumed that will he follow me? That Fulton extraction looks rough. Can I carry him 304 meters to the helicopter? Can I interrogate him?
Speak, boss. I knew you were alive. Speak, boss. I knew you were alive.
Where are your friends?
Boss. I knew you were alive.
Where are your friends?
Boss. I knew you were alive.
So, as painful as this looks, with the way my eyeballs are interpreting the animations, it does look less painful than the Fulton. Like I think the shock of being hoisted up in the air would hurt the brain more than the body. Something about it just looks too terrifying to be worth the trip. But it also looks like people are liable to break a few bones on their way up there too, so... I think there's also a dice roll. Sometimes, don't they actually do some RNG shenanigans in the game logic? Whoa, we cannot do that jump. We definitely cannot. D-Horse cannot handle that one.
Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
That's too close for comfort. Trump will sooner push for Roman numerals. One of the most important lessons I think I got from getting into the classics was that if the world hadn't decided that Roman numerals are obsolete for Arabic numerals instead, we never would have invented the airplane. Like, you could not do algebra with... Hey, I didn't want to... You could not do a page of algebra homework with Roman numerals. Only an extremely small amount of the population that has the hours to spend on that would have been able to. The game that we are playing right now, the thoughts going through your head right now owe a lot to that different of a numerical system. Okay, what's next on our list? Apparently the Lost Dog mission is not going to be the Unlucky Dog mission, and we cannot ride that helicopter over. So can we actually order support helicopter to attack targets, restrict mission completion to an A or below? Can we get the helicopter to, like, help us out along the way? I don't think so. Designate strike point for support helicopter. Toilet. Yeah, attack the toilet. It'll be distraction. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, this is gonna decrease my heroism and make me... Actually, no, call off, call off. I want to get Snake cleaned up and showered for the dance later. Also, I don't think it's a very good distraction if it causes the enemy to face the same angle of approach I'm using too.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived.
The 10 people who could do algebra with Roman numerals. What a sentence to even say. Would be fucking wizards. Whoa, 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 that was a bit of a drop. I'm so afraid of D-Horse taking D damage. You can have entire... So, in order to get the helicopter to attack something, you have to scan it. And apparently toilets are scannable and actual valid attack points. Can I get rid of this marker with my face?
Marker placed. Marker
There we go. It felt a little faster than going to the menu. I haven't really arrived at my destination, though. But no helicopter support shenanigans. We want to increase our heroism, and that means doing missions with the least amount of bloodshed possible. Can I set the helicopter to non-lethal mode? Can the helicopter just, like, scare... Can we like the Terminator in Terminator 2, can we set the helicopter to just shoot in their general direction, but deliberately miss every single shot? I just realized that that's a great movie moment that the video game industry really could have capitalized on for conveying a very admirable and morally unquestionable sense of heroism, and Metal Gear Solid's really the only game that gives you moments like that. They were literal fucking wizards. Were they magi? I think, what's the etymology of the word wizard? Look it up. There might be some Latin Roman thing in there. Can I climb this? I'm playing an open world game. I don't want to take the roads, right? But climbing over the hills in between the roads just kind of makes things a little too quiet and boring. You can't win. Sticking to the roads is not an optimal strategy and will cause you to screw up, and everyone in these games tells you not to take the roads. But it's more boring to not take the roads. Hey, I think I see a fun route up this hill here and to the right. Uh-oh, I don't think I can climb one of these cliffs. Well, maybe I can. Uh-oh, I have to take a risk. I can't just climb that route I thought I saw. I don't remember if I'm thinking of a different game or not, but do you get some kind of climbing equipment later on that helps you jump those gaps? It looked like a movable distance, just, maybe, coverable from a different angle. Oh, look at this! Look at this thing I found! If it was Skyrim, you could climb. If it was Death Stranding, you could climb it. You'd really have to do hard work for a while, and it would be a pain in the ass, but you can climb. You might even need some help from some internet friends, but you can climb almost anything in Death Stranding, right? I would love to ride that like a zip. Where am I? Okay, this is not the Yakko Wacko Barracks.
Analysis complete.
Wizard used to mean philosopher sage. It originates from wise, which originates from some Germanic word. The concept in the ancient world is generally more associated with the Persian magi, which is where the word magic comes from. And a lot of the spooky associations with that word we use today come from Roman, it's not xenophobia. What's the, like, patronizing attitude about foreigners? They had their rituals. The Persians, on the other hand, had spooky magic. Mystifying, othering. Yeah, a lot of concepts. I really need to do that RPG magic video again. But a lot of concepts of modern archetypes of magic come from Roman stereotyping and othering. the Persian religious system, which used the word magi to refer to the priests. That's where the word, 2,000 years later, that's a lot of that logic still applies when we say the word magic. We're talking about something spooky and supernatural that's not scientific, that we also typically associate with some kind of exotic foreign culture, right? Orientalism, yeah, that's a good word for it. It was Orientalism, because they were to the Orient. And I don't want to say, like, racism, because they didn't vehemently hate the Persians so much as they just thought they were kind of weird and mysterious and spooky. It's an it's a kind of racism that's more about exoticizing than hating the persons. The Romans were a mistake. The Romans gone too far. That's a later invention. Yeah, that was another very important lesson to learn from ancient history, is that the racism is, compared to what happened later, it was there, it existed, but it was considerably less massively deadly than how it would get later. Yeah, D-Horse can't dive headfirst off cliffs and roll to completely negate all fall damage. Should we have been listening to cassette tapes while doing this long walk? Okay, we missed this one last time because of some bullshit.
That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse. The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then. You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker. They were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike. Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of. If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch. Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was. All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end, the time's define the politics. When you grab their tail, they turn and bite your hand. I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenouyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the group.
That's such a different character.
1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. CO-0 sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was...
They awarded you the title Big Boss.
Major Zero. Donald Anderson, a.k.a. Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by...
I'm remembering the CIA director's voice acting. Or was that the president's voice acting? I award you the title, Big Boss.
6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will.
Should have called him Big Balls. It's almost the same word.
To make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the
They never explain what they mean by that. Like, it evidently does not mean a unified world government.
Cipher. I, on the other hand, was left with the problem. You only recovered half of the legacy.
And the whole project, I'm guessing... I'm talking over the tape, wow. Yeah, right. When they say something that you got to think about it, it distracts you from the other. Oh.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project. Les enfants terribles. Zero called in. You parted ways.
Oh my God! Was the boss a Francis Fukuyama fan? Is that what they mean? Did the boss think that there would be no conflicts anymore after the Cold War? Because the one world is referring to one system of government, and it's Western liberal democracy.
You always were the best when it came to music. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all.
Is that what they mean?
It also monitors the
A global world surveillance state?
That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried.
Oh, look at that. There's a conversation happening over the tape.
Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power
Are they talking about me?
continued to grow. Cypher
No, they're talking about Zero. I'm talking about the Russians talking about me.
was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops Unit, XOF. They learned where you were.
How many of these do we have?
Wipe the slate clean.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna get into politics. The end of history, Francis Fukuyama stuff. Right. Okay. So Zero, the boss says that the philosophers must be reunited and the world must be whole again, and I've always rolled my eyes at what she was supposed to mean by that, because I don't think it makes a lot of sense when you think about it very hard. And it's just a kind of a revelation that these things were made for teenagers with way too much canon on their hands to make an elegant story. And Death Stranding is Kojima finally breaking free from that. But anyways, so the boss is talking about the world being split into two during the Cold War. That's her frame of reference. And by split into two, she means the divisions between capitalist and communist ideologies and the mega alliances of the NATO and Warsaw Pact countries, right? But she also says that the world needs to be whole again. And what part of is she referring to? Because before the Cold War, there was World War II, where the world was split into like super mega alliances that were confused about fascism versus Western liberal democracy. And then before that, the world was split into two with World War I, where there were weird world-ending mega alliances that weren't really about political ideologies. Well, I mean, kind of. There was like the guy who assassinated Franz Ferdinand, wasn't he an anarchist? Like, there was a nascent anarchism and communism movement going, but I really don't think it actually had much to do with World War I. The world was split up into feudal alliances versus republics and democracies that were causing massively destructive mega alliances. So the world was still split up before World War I. And right, so what was splitting up the world before World War I? The remnants of feudalism? Industrialization? Industrialized countries versus agrarian countries? The point is, there's always been splits. What she's talking about? There's always been a split. When was the world ever the one she's referring to? Like, does she want to go back to Pangea, where there are no governments and there's just one continent and no one in the universe is thinking any thoughts at all? Is that what she means? I don't think that's what she meant. What did she mean? I don't think Kojima even knows what she meant. Everything we just heard, I think, is Kojima desperately trying to duct tape together something that was never really that solid to begin with. And that's kind of why I have a hard time following even the most basics of the plot in some of these later Metal Gear games where the villain... Oops. There we go. Where the villain is Cypher instead of something more... something less abstract. Instead of a guy. Where the villain is Cypher instead of one guy. In Peace Walker, the villain is Hot Coldman. He's kind of like a representative of Cypher, though, right? In Metal Gear Solid 5, the villain is Skullface, but he's kind of a representative of Cypher. Yeah, like, the organization Cypher and the whole point behind its existence is something I've never really been able to piece together. Can someone else get it? Peluso says, I hate that all modern MGSs basically forget that these characters like Natasha Romanenko Madker somehow repaired Raiden and Snake didn't ask anything. The mercenary who basically helped Solid Snake rise to fame, all forgotten. The boss dreamed of a unified world where politicians and corrupt leaders wouldn't try to constantly profit from exploiting the people. Let the world be. The boss dreamed of a unified world where politicians and corrupt leaders wouldn't try to constantly profit from exploiting the people. Okay, so how does ending the Cold War, though, and either side winning the Cold War lean into that? I mean, arguably the capitalists won the Cold War, and within 20 years, capitalism degraded we're all having to save our monies and learn the legal system to prepare for neo-feudalism, right? It's not just me fighting the petty landlords and expecting to do this for the rest of my life, is it? It is depressingly easy to imagine that if the Soviet Union was ever militarily overpowered enough to exert the same control over the planet that the NATO countries would end up doing, that I'm sorry, leftist ideology is a house of cards. It is associated with failed states and dictators. It is not somewhat easy to imagine a high standard of living for the most of the world's population if that happened either. So what does she mean? The boss dreamed of a unified world where politicians and corrupt leaders wouldn't try to constantly profit from exploiting the people. If America wins the Cold War, politicians and corrupt leaders are going to overcharge the people for their Airbnb HOAs. If communists won the Cold War, then there would probably be some the angry minorities would probably be treated even worse. Democratic freedoms and Western luxuries would be the agrarian they might try to micromanage the agricultural economy and the mistakes might get made. The world would still be split up is the point. Divisions would arise around whatever catastrophes develop. Catastrophes would develop and divisions would arise around partisan interests over who believed that they had the best plan on solving the catastrophes that inevitably would arise. So what did she mean? I don't know. My mobile device actually just ran out of batteries. I'm going to go grab another one. I'll be right back.
Analysis complete.
What was my mission again? Extract the prisoner being held captive by the enemy. The prisoner is said to be hiding still. Okay. I think I remember this one. I think I remember this being one of the fun ones. I have a nice fun little strategic overload. Oh, someone just said you can have this place. Okay, let's see if we can microphone the source of that subtitle audio. Next time a subtitle pops up, let's see if I can scroll this thing around real fast and hear what's coming out. Oh, the mic's getting some kind of register sound over here. Hey, I didn't want to stand up. I wanted to put that down there. Okay. Who did that? Oh, that guy. Nice. That's beautiful. Okay, that would get me out of that place. Oh, my mic! My mic! I keep forgetting. Maybe the boss liked the idea of going back to agricultural society. Maybe she was a fan of the Khmer Rouge. Eddie, hello. You're such a sweet boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Are we getting Mike? But there were some older messages I'm gonna have to scroll up. And all right, so let me actually set the game to windowed mode for a little while, and I'll keep playing while responding to chat messages that way. Display, nope. Graphics. I can't believe how small 1080p looks on a 1440p monitor. 1080p is more than enough. When 1080p is still blown up on a wide screen, I don't see aliasing anymore. Every detail the human eye can see seems like it's coming through at that resolution. So we're playing in a 1080p window that is now so small on my screen I could fit it in my fist. That's wild. Anyways, 1440p, the human brain, the human body was not meant to handle this many pixels. The tape is funny because Venom got deterrence completely wrong. Oh, thank you. I'm not the only one rolling my eyes. Right, they said that deterrence was proven to be the pipe dream it is, but the real life history is that World War III did not end up happening after all. For a while in the 90s and early 2000s at least, when Metal Gear Solid 3 was being made and the boss says this line, it seemed like the tension between the two awful Mega Alliance war superpowers was resolving itself amicably enough without having to fight a World War III over it. So yeah, in the tape, like, Venom says something about deterrence that seems wrong. In the entire villain's motivations for like 3 games in the later ends of the Metal Gear Solid series are based on the boss's political will, which seems wrong to some degree, several degrees when you think about it. Like, there's... Get down, okay. Who spotted me? The 28-meter guy. There's a very hard time trying to suspend my disbelief in these later games where they're trying to be all like quasi left-leaning, but still have to placate an American Western audience that's not going to think about it that hard. But in order to do that, it has to make, or I don't know if it has to, but it does make some assumptions and claims that I imagine smarter people than Kojima would find questionable. Can I actually just get this guy off my back with a magazine? Yes, yes I can. Alright, so 12 o'clock guy is my next real problem. There we go, problem solved. Oh, did they just see him drop though? Maybe they're in a state of heightened alertness because of my magazine, and that's the disincentive to throw a magazine to get guards off your tail. Maybe you're... Whoa! Sacrificing, a moment of the guards being on your tail in exchange for longer-term caution. We're gonna go for a CQC. That did not do what I thought it would. And I did not expect to get... Okay.
You have arrived at your destination.
I need to go downstairs. Ah! Jeez, I can't expose myself for a second. Good lord. So the smoke grenade was a mistake. They chased me out of the fort. So we gotta go back in. I was thinking of picking the door, but that's not gonna work at all. Oh my goodness. Where did that guy come from? Why did he come from there? Can I retry? Checkpoint. Yeah, yeah. We don't gotta worry about permadeath. We can play it the way I want to play it, and that means retrying every single time I get spotted. Okay, that's not that bad. Alright, but yeah, the big boss is, the big boss, the boss, not the big boss, the regular boss, the ordinary boss, the normal boss. Her final will was that the philosophers must be reunited and the world must be made whole again. She's talking about conspirators. She's talking about conspirators hoarding a massive amount of money that could help the human race achieve a new state of luxury, standard of living, enlightenment. And she wants that, actually? Come to think of it, why did I never question that part of her will before? The world must be made whole again, sure. That sounds that sounds sinister, but less sinister than the philosophers must be reunited. Does she want a one world government controlled by gratuitously, offensively wealthy gazillionaires? Because if so, why would that... Oh, this is an important question. Why is this shit appealing to the cast of Metal Gear Solid 3? Why did Major Zero think, like, that doesn't match his character? Why would he think that this evil bullshit is a good idea? Why would Paramedic think that this evil bullshit is a good idea? World War I was fought because of offensively rich conspirators. The philosophers don't need to be reunited, guys. The boss dreamed of a unified world where politicians and corrupt leaders wouldn't try to constantly profit from exploiting the people. Let the world be. I'm rolling my eyes at that so hard because that's like literally everyone from the ages 5 and up. Is she a child?
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Why is everyone also taking her last will so seriously? I don't think that's a question that really got answered. It was a particularly tragic way to go, sure. And it is one that, a lot of the tragic irony of it is, also a very, very pointed, smart commentary on, the automaton nature of soldiery, which I got into in the Kriegspiel video. The classic military ideals of being an automaton, not thinking about anything. Being ready to die. Not valuing your own life very much, not complaining about it if the squad leader wants you to be in the front of the line. But what happens afterwards seems beyond that, those timeless classic moral dilemmas of military dramas. Yeah, I think it's just a fucking mess from 3 and onwards, and this is all why. In history... Long message ago from a Shinko Zero. Anyways, a Shinko Zero a long time ago said, in history, every civilization thought that the others were weird and barbaric. Romans, Persians, No. Obviously, except the Phoenicians. Phoenicians were just grinding. The word barbarian has a more complicated... I'm gonna be annoying Professor George now. Actually, the word barbarian was not used in reference to other major civilizations like the Persians. They would have been spooky, scary foreigners, but not necessarily barbarians. Because they had paperwork and government and stuff. Most Western Northern Europeans were barbarians by the Greco-Roman standards. The Persians were not. It depended on the state of development and complexity of the... society on a large scale. I like this sneaking music. This is some good sneaking music. It's not very memorable, though, but it does drive things forward in a beautiful way when you're in the motion. But I'm just noticing that after the whole decade of playing Metal Gear Solid, some of the best music tracks have gone forgotten. Of this one. I think Solid Snake wanted credit for anything. Big Boss and Zero then misinterpreted it because they're very stupid. And that's the only way I can really make sense of the wide, large-scale canon of what happens in the later Metal Gear games. But it's not a satisfying answer. They were not idiots in Metal Gear Solid 3. They were depicted as, like, super smart, competent experts. Like they, Sigint wasn't just an engineer, he was like the engineer. I think paramedic was just a paramedic. I want that music tape, that aha. But yeah, they were depicted as experts. They were supposed to be very smart. They were probably supposed to go through some screenings. I'm sure they can appreciate classic literature and the wholesome humanistic values that would have prevented them from becoming so cartoonishly evil. One thing that I think is a real nail in the coffin for taking this lore stuff in the later games so seriously is that the games themselves don't even seem that interested in it. Zero makes barely an appearance in Metal Gear Solid 4. The other characters don't. The Patriots, the actual real Patriots. The game, they don't even want to depict the Metal Gear Solid 3 cast turning evil. That's just... I think in the back of their mind they knew it was stupid and not to be indulged. But they still indulged. So, like, the most coherent, reasonable explanation for all of this is that the characters you knew and love in Metal Gear Solid 3 were actually evil, stupid idiots. Or at least they would become evil, stupid idiots in a remarkably faster timescale than I think most of us who've grown disappointed with some of the authority figures in our life have experienced. Man, sneaking indoors kind of sucks. The camera moves so slowly and there's so much gunk over the screen, and it's real hard to get the camera to peek into another room. It really depends on the door having a big wide window like that. And you're super reliant on the X-ray X-ray vision instead of a more plausible or visually interesting method. Yeah, but sneaking music is what we're going to be listening to right now. I'm worried that if I get in the aha mood, it'll get me screwing up my stealth. Oh, can we do FOB missions right now? I don't think we can. That would be a fun way to pass the time without worrying about disrespecting the permadeath rules. I see a lot of places where a prisoner could be, but I haven't found the actual prisoner. Okay, right. How am I supposed to know what was on the other side of that door before going in? Do you, like, aim a gun and peek slowly through? Can I close it? The camera's way too close. But if it pulled out, it might clip through one of these walls. It's hard to move anywhere without bumping trash over. Big Boss doesn't exactly move with the kind of finesse that sneaking around these interiors would lend itself to. Maybe the prisoner's over there in that other corner. I think I'm... Yeah, I'm in the wall perimeter. These are the walls. I'm going through the walls, so I might not actually have to spend too much time outside anymore. Where is this Dimitri number 9? Whoa, he was above me. Let's get him a magazine. Oh, hello.
That material. It could be just what we need to develop new weapons and equipment.
Ah. Hello, Dimitri number 9. I wanted to get back in here to climb the ladder, but that might not be such a great idea. Oh no, it's a fine idea. Okay, we're gonna see what's underneath. Yeah, the boom, bada, bing. We're gonna see what's over that way. Hey, who's this? Ah, it's a guard. I was wondering if it was the prisoner. Okay, so anyways, back to the characters turning into idiots in a game series that is otherwise known for doing some kind of intelligent and serious adult commentary on world politics. It seems like in the later games of the Metal Gear Solid series, they can't because there's too much sequel baggage. And one of the sequel baggages that they're dealing with is that the characters have turned into idiots about evil, stupid idiots about how politics works. Even though Peace Walker will still talk your face off about
Analysis complete.
the assumptions and limitations of a Western imperialist worldview, it's still built on the bedrock of something that strikes me as pretty stupid. Metal Gear Solid 1 will talk your face off about the evil of the military-industrial complex, and it's not built on the bedrock of anything stupid. Metal Gear Solid 3 will talk about the evil of the disposability of soldiers as representatives of a lofty, high-minded, good nation-state. And it's not built on as much stupidity. There's still some, though. Metal Gear Solid 2 will talk your face off about the evils of big corporate interests being in control of the world's information economy, and it doesn't have to account for something so incredibly stupid happening in the backstory. So obviously she means the Roman Empire. Okay, for like a while during Roman history, for a good long while actually, for a good 400 years of Roman history, I think there was a period where there were no other interesting enemies for them to go up against. They were the only major military political power operating from the end of one of the Pontic Wars. The Persians, some version of the Persian Empire occasionally appears in Roman history, but and they be a pain in the ass in their Persian territories. But for the most part, after Carthage, I don't think the entire empire itself was ever really under threat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Excuse me? Oh, this is cute. I love it. All right, we're gonna have to checkpoint. I wonder how old my last checkpoint is. Okay, so we got the tranquilizer helmets kicking in. There are snipers now around. Oh, good, we're back here. I have discovered a nice storm drain that I can go under with. All right, we got this. We're gonna do this lickety-split. It's gonna look really funny. There's gonna be comedy. It's gonna be fast. We're not going to get in any big fights. Everyone's already tagged for us. They have this thing set up for retries. And it's always so fun to play Metal Gear games fast. And they have... Oh, they know what they're doing. They sure do know what they're doing with the gameplay. So... one of the most heartbreaking things about Kojima keeping Metal Gear going for so long and them never giving him any other projects is that you can tell he's been wanting to tell a better story this whole time. One of the things I'm getting when reevaluating these games a decade later, Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid 5 both, is that they are smarter than I thought. The games themselves are smarter than I thought. The guy who is writing it is smarter than what most people think, even though he'll still get up his own ass about it. There's some like humility where he goes through phases of overcorrection. But the characters, there are some characters in some of the backstory who are stupid, mouth-breathing, Trump-voting, evil idiots that remind you of how blurry the line is between stupidity and evil. That make it considerably harder to take seriously as a work of intelligent adult political commentary. But there is something there. It's hard for me to dig up because I have this tick of focusing too much on how big of an idiot the Metal Gear Solid 3 cast all turn into in the backstory. You don't even see it happening. I don't think the games really are comfortable acknowledging that is even the canon now, considering that you never hear from them, you never see them, you never talk to them, you never hear their side of the story. It seems poorly thought out, but deeply overthought at the same time. Like they thought way too much about something way too stupid. They dug too deep and too greedily. Okay, you gotta understand the collective unconscious and archetypes. Ron Cinephile, are you joking or not? Because, I am reading and learning, like, this phase of my life I've gone through since getting hooked on ancient mythology is all about understanding the collective unconsciousness and archetypes. And I do believe that is the bead, that the laser focus that the earlier Metal Gear Solid trilogy has that the later ones don't. They get muddled. They're less about archetypes and collective ideals. In many ways, they are about criticizing those concepts, but they're doing it in a very confused way. Death Stranding does it in a better way, I think. Yeah, Death Stranding is a hilarious, funny parody of a lot of video game archetypes and collective assumptions. And it did not require Metal Gear Solid sequel baggage to tell that. Not necessarily tell that story, but evoke those vibes. Should I go slow or fast? Let's go fast and see if he reacts. I'm just imagining a YouTube thumbnail of these guards and how the YouTube thumbnail would have in giant, attention-grabbing red text letters. Metal Gear Solid guards don't react! Watch these guards not react! Maybe the boss liked the idea of going back to... Right, agricultural societies. Okay, have we, like, caught up? Have I caught up? I don't think the boss would be very okay with the Khmer Rouge ended up doing... Yeah, I don't think the boss would be very okay, actually, with the world becoming one and evil conspirators being in control of it. I think most people in the planet in general, everyone except the top 1%ers, would not be okay with that. Deterrents and Peace Walker bad guys are trying as humans wouldn't retaliate if an AI nuked them. Peace Walker was weird. I had a hard time following it. Right, okay, so the deterrence that Peace Walker is talking about is deterrence against AIs instead of humans? I need to trank guards. I must have really bad camo or something. I feel like I'm hitting him in the front in his face and it's not working. Yay! As soon as I said those words, it kicked in. Alright, let's go in now. Oh god, I hope there's no one in here. How would I have known if there was anyone in here or not? What are you supposed to do? How do you clear rooms in this game? How do you do your Tom Clancy tactic stuff? Okay, maybe I can, like, tap the door open and dash away? There was a guard in here during one of my earlier runs. The deterrence Peace Walker bad guys are trying is humans wouldn't retaliate if an AI nuked them. The actual deterrence theory says superpowers won't nuke each other because no human would want to be the one to press the lunatic button, the launch button. I want to ghost my way through here. Let's see if it's possible. Nope, it's not possible. Can I tag this guy? Oh my god, I'm moving the box with that scope. That's not good. Oh, maybe he'll get moving when the alert phase kicks in. Okay, so Roller42 says that actual deterrence theory says that superpowers won't nuke each other because no human would want to be the one to press the launch button. But the deterrence and Peace Walker bad guys are trying is that the humans wouldn't retaliate if an AI nuked them, and Venom somehow took that to mean that deterrence itself is not possible, which is wrong and super dumb. Hey, did they just leave the prisoner unguarded? Oh, that guy's got a heavy machine gun. Okay, so if you ghost your way through this game as stealthy as possible, the guards are going to have the easiest kind of equipment to sneak past. They're not going to have sniper rifles, and they're not going to have headshots. So if you prove yourself really good at the game, they reward you by making it... That can't be right. That can't be right. If you fail and fuck up, the usual method is that they make the game easier. But it's like the opposite here. So I screwed around and had fun and fucked up several times. Oh, my controller was dead for a while there. Because of some cable shenanigans in the office. Oh my god, I'm kind of trapped. At least I can tag that guy now. Maybe I can trank them one at a time. Are they ever looking in a direction that gives me an opportunity? That guy will turn his back to me for a while, but I'm still in view of 10 meter man here. 10 meter man shuffles around a bit. Maybe when he's looking at the right, I might be able to nudge myself behind the box and get a trank chain going. I don't think I can trank the guy right in front of me either. Alright, shuffle. Do some shuffling. Maybe I'm supposed to burst out of the cardboard box and trank them in the head in slow motion. Was the boss a fascist? Okay, I just got to that one. Penta Penguin says, that sounds like fascism. She wanted a world free for soldiers. The philosophers must be reunited is something I really don't like the sound of, boss. Do you realize how many evil rich people have fucked everything up throughout all of history? It keeps happening over and over again? Okay. What? What? I'm hidden? Okay, maybe I can get a CQC chain going. This might not be a, this might be a good opportunity instead of a blessing in disguise. Aim, you goober. Shoot, you goober. So, anyone ever have a problem with how the right trigger is the button you use to shoot your gun and also to grab a guy in CQC then? There's someone behind me. Should I? No, I'm not worried about him. Ah! How do I close the door? We need to close the door before... Okay. Okay. How do I close the door? Checkpoint. We'll do it again. This is George playing Metal Gear Solid. No more permadeath. This is how I do it when I'm by myself and the stream is off. Whee! We'll take D-Horse this time. I think I know a safely sprintable route in there. But yeah, the whole idea for the next, like, hour or so that I play is to get the blood off his face and that horn a little bit smaller. I want to see how fast we can increase and decrease our heroism in real time. It's a good thing those dragon's teeth don't work on horses. So, if the boss wanted to make the world quote-unquote free for hey, what was that? Quote-unquote free for soldiers, quote-unquote must be won again, must be made whole again, quote-unquote the philosophers must be reunited. My brain didn't immediately go to fascism because I don't think there were any claims of a nostalgically, heroically... Oh no, there kind of are, come to think of it. Yeah, isn't the boss's, like sense of self heavily rooted in the World War II nostalgia? And like, mythologizing the World War II generation as like nostalgic, rough, rugged, heroic men who are stronger than the pansy femboys who are screwing everything up nowadays. Didn't the boss get in a bit of that at some point in those games? There is the line in Metal Gear Solid 1 where Meryl says, "We were nothing like Foxhound, you guys were real heroes." I think the boss says something similar. So there might be some toxic nostalgia going on.
Analysis.
She doesn't necessarily say the world must be made strong and all the men must be made tough. But the whole like focus on soldiering being a very normal, ordinary way to live one's life is something I've always also has big contradictions with real history. That is probably the closest she might get to a textbook definition of fascism. I don't know. It just was she just stupid? Is it just a stupid line in a video game for teenagers that you're not meant to take that seriously because those aesthetic experiences have always been more about vibes and mood than literal interpretations? And is it just... the tragedy of the series is that they gradually start taking... they gradually start taking that lore more and more seriously the more it goes on, and maybe they never should have in the first place. How do I ghost this guy? How did he not see me drop down? Are you invisible when you drop down? Do they give you some mercy points for that? Uh-oh. Did I just alert the wrong guard? Maybe I can knock him? Oh, I'm not getting his mood icons because he's not tagged. That's what's going on. Come on, move. I don't want to shoot you in the head. That would just be too easy. Oh my god, he has a friend coming. Oh, geez. Am I going to start the same chain of mistakes as I did last time? Okay, I got to remember to hold down RT, then hold down LT, then release RT, point the cursor at other guy's face, and then press LT, or RT, and I should be good. As elegant as they made the controls in Metal Gear Solid... Nope, we're doing it again. Okay, I'm not gonna trank this guy. No, there's gotta be a better way. But I know how to zip to him really, really fast. Look at the, progression, the progression curve in this game. The skill curve in the... Skill curve? Progression curve? Experience curve? Yeah, okay. I don't necessarily feel more skillful, but, having the soldiers marked ahead of me and knowing where all the sneaky entry points and drop-down holes are ahead of time is going to make this look really satisfying. It's going to be so fun to hammer out. You can restart and do this thing all over again in a jiffy. Oh, wait, let me get the poster. Yoink! Oh, that's a cardboard box delivery point. It's a fast travel system. I forgot. The long and short of it is that having infinite money at their disposal corrupted them. I would have liked to see that happen. I really would have. That makes sense. That is a good way of explaining it. They don't... Because very smart, normal, ordinary people, in real life, this is a real phenomenon, will turn into stupid idiots. They'll stop reading books. They'll start watching Fox News and TikTok. When the amount of money that gets into their brains starts reaching a certain point of no longer having to seriously solve problems, you can see... Let's be real here. This has happened to a lot of our parents, hasn't it? Yeah, I can imagine infinite money corrupting them being a more plausible explanation than them just turning into idiots. I can't imagine the money turning them into idiots, yeah. I like that explanation, actually. I think that's probably the best fanon, because it's so simple, it's so quick, it's a nice... It's so succinct and to the point and simple, and also, like, plausible and believable. I think that finally squares the circle. I am no longer as mystified by the cast of Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm still somewhat mystified and still kind of salty about it, but yeah, if it was the infinite money that turned them into stupid evil idiots, that could do it. That could do it. Not necessarily the power or the technology, but the money. Yeah, at that level of money, your political ideology doesn't have to make sense for you to force it to be everyone else's reality. That almost sounds like a way of looking at this problem that the writers themselves weren't considering. It would have been really nice to play a game where we saw that happen. It would have been really nice to play a Metal Gear Solid game where the good, lovable guys from earlier turn into stupid, evil idiots, but with a plausible, realistic, relatable way to do it. There's got to be some better way to get the tragedy across than what we ended up getting. You can turn off marking in the options menu. It makes sneaking so much better. Guess what we're doing when we finish this side up? We're finding ways to make this game more fun for George in particular, and it's going to be turning bullshit mode on for as many chances as we get.
Analysis complete.
Hey, what part did George die at? I should probably update the, stream title. Sicilian781, if you're still around, it's really pretty funny. I died from fall damage, from a fall that I was not expecting to kill me from fall damage. I thought it would just take a few hits of HP, but no. Sliding off of a ridge on top of a horse apparently makes your fall damage worse than when you're on foot, and it killed me and D-Horse. We slid off of a cliff, and it wasn't even that big of a drop, but it killed the two of us. Let me update the text. Let me actually update the text while waiting on a guard to calm down. I think there currently is a guard who is not calming down.
Analysis complete.
But he's no threat. Okay, well, I'm waiting on this guy to turn around. Never mind, he's turning around. Now, how am I gonna... How confident am I in this drop? I might have just gotten lucky when I did it last time. No tranquilizer! Okay. Right to the face. Thank you! The helmet does not protect the face, confirmed. At least in slow motion. How do you get that guy off the spot if you're ghosting and not using the trank? Oh. He does not hear any of this. That's so funny. This Metal Gear Solid guard is not reacting. Come on inside and close the door behind you, please. Now about that door. Am I gonna have to close it?
Easy, boy.
This is not good. Okay. There we go. And doors closed. Got him. Mission accomplished. That was very satisfying, by the way. I would like to know how to ghost it, but we'll find out later. Alright, here's our prisoner. But more importantly, there's some minor medals. Gotta get those first. We just have to Fulton him, so maybe we can do that through the drop-down hole I came in on. Ah! I'm going for CQC. Come on, come on. There we go. Now, are these guys worth a Fulton?
Analysis complete. Side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction analysis complete.
I don't know if getting out is going to be as elegant. I also want to get that cassette tape on my way. What? It just spawned that guy when I hit the door. That guy gets spawned in when you hit the door. That's one of the more... That's one of the first times I've seen something like that happen in this game. One of the, whenever this game does something that's inconsistent with its game logic, it's extremely glaring because it is so consistent otherwise. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Can I please cook this thing? Because that was screwing me up last time. It was taking too long to set off. Oh, that was smooth. That was clean. Oh, that was nice. Who saw that? That's fine. We're gonna make our getaway now. We're not gonna get any big battles. I still foresee a clean getaway. I think I remember the sneaky way out of here. Alright, alright. We gotta make some kind of distractions. Can the helicopter, air support, do something far away? Oh god, I'm getting mortared. Attack that empty jeep that no one's inside of. Just make a distraction. Can I toss this through the grate? Nope. Nope. Okay, so back to Metal Gear Solid lore. The long and short of it is that having infinite money at their disposal corrupted them. The problem with all this lore is that it cannot be depicted in cutscenes or gameplay because it's boring bureaucracy. No, I think that's just a lack of imagination. I can imagine a Metal Gear Solid mission where Kojima subverts the expectations of making a fan service game by having you play as Naked Snake with all your old friends again, but like something's weird and something's missing and something's off. There might be a phantom pain or something going on, and that's the moment where you would actually get to see it happen. And have your subversion, your expectations subverted and your heart broken. Oh, I could have just taken a turn there and snuck out that way. What are they doing? I think they're just shooting the wall I was last spotted at before I disappeared into the giant human-sized storm drain system. Because they're not looking at me. Now, I also wanted that AHA tape. But that's not as important as rescuing the prisoner. That is something that can wait. Now, I never really understood the full logic of this, but here's my idea. The base is on high alert, but I'm still interested in coming back in there when they calm down. In this game, that takes an extremely long time, if not is quasi-permanent. I think the one way... Oh, brother. Oh, no. Where's the phantom cigar? Did I forget? Oh. Maybe I can't be, This doesn't look like a good long-term hiding spot, though. So, I want to get the phantom cigar out and see if that will allow me to fast forward to nighttime when they've cooled down, and it'll be maybe easier to sneak around in there. Maybe I should have been doing this whole mission during nighttime. That's fine. I'm satisfied enough. Doesn't work if user is under stress, such as when spotted by an enemy. I'm not exactly spotted, I'm making my getaway. Okay, well, I guess we gotta get farther.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
They said all bases are on alert in the radio, so I wonder if that means I'll ever be truly safe. We just hit a checkpoint. Will the phantom cigar work now? This looks like a fairly safe long-term hiding spot. No, I still can't use it. Okay, well... The music's calmed down. Let's go farther. So, Roller42, you also said that the problem with all this lore is that it cannot be depicted in cutscenes and gameplay because it's boring bureaucracy. Why was I about to say Bjorkocracy? But one of my biggest problems with Metal Gear Solid 5 is that they were way too enthusiastic about depicting the boring bureaucracy with all the mother base management stuff.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence. The map has been enemy presence. The map some lost enemy presence. The map has been updated. Enemy presence. The map has been enemy presence detected. Enemy presence detected. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Wait, why are they playing scary music? Oh, also on fan recommendation, Sicilian781. Where do we go to turn? Yeah, you can turn reflex off. Oh, hey, money. Oh my gosh, did I miss a donation message? Yeah, okay. T tipped $5. What are your wishes for Fizzant? I almost wish that there was some other game that he'd be working on than a tactical espionage action game. Ooh. Okay, that was reflex. I do remember enjoying reflex turned off. But what about tracking? You can turn off marking in the options menu. Graphics settings. Display settings. Aha! Oh, yes. Oh, they still appear on iDroid. Interesting. So you kind of sort of have a Soliton radar, but you have to just flick back and forth from it. This will be fun. Thank you for the suggestion. Enemy presence, direction, oh, okay. Damage direction, action icon. Okay. Let's see how we do.
The map has been updated.
We're gonna extract the AHA tape. We're gonna take on me. All right, my wishes for Fizzant. First of all, I do wish. My immediate gut reaction is, oh no, Metal Gear just pulled him back in again. Death Stranding seemed like a very liberating, refreshing break from Metal Gear, and yet it was still extremely heavily Metal Gear influenced, and he had a hard time getting away. Sam Porter Bridges does not really look or move or talk fundamentally different from Snake. He's still kind of a Kurt Russell man. In Death Stranding 2, a lot of the previews have been saying that it's more like Metal Gear Solid than before. And that makes me think that Kojima might be in overcorrection mode, in Metal Gear Solid 3 mode, where he's gonna make a fan service game. Oh no, there's searchlights now. Oh, this is gonna be so interesting without the marking. Oh, it's gonna look better without the marking even. We're gonna get an eyeful of this gorgeous composition that's not gonna be covered with dots and blips and bullshit. I think I could also go with a bit of help from the binoculars. Like if the markers maybe turned on when you had... Wait, threat detected, what? Why? Why was there threat detected? But yeah, these markers on the map that I never use. Now we finally get to use them. Zero becomes Big Brother because he used the stolen money to LARP in his 007 movies. If there is an aspect of his personality, like his love for James Bond, that could be subverted and poisoned into a love for evil stupidity, I would have liked to see that actually happen instead of just use guesswork after the fact from the other person's side of the story. I hate how there's now actual plausible ways I could think of this story working. Ignorance was bliss, cynicism is bliss. I was able to just casually disregard it. Now I'm wondering if there was a way to make these stupid plot twists smarter after all. We watched the swallow skim and dip, some magic birds, the would-be... Hang on, A-Shame, I gotta do this justice. We watch the swallow skim and dip, some magic bids the world be still. Life stands with finger upon lip, love hath his gentle will. Though hearts have bled and tears have burned, the river floweth unconcerned. Okay, so let's see what that's about. We watch the swallow skim and dip. Some magic bids the world be still. Life stands with finger upon lip, love hath his gentle will. Though hearts have bled and tears have burned, the river floweth unconcerned. The cyclical nature of life and death, and how all your tragedies don't matter because you die and then someone else has to go through them anyway. We watch the swallow skim and dip. The birds are, swallow, skim and dip. The birds are playing in the water. Nature is churning along like usual. Life stands with finger upon lip, some magic bids the world be still. Death is still somewhat magical. People don't like thinking about what might happen afterwards. People still insist something might be happening afterwards. And exactly how it works is relatively unknown and subject to a lot of mythology and superstition. Some magic bids the world be still. And stillness is associated with death. Life stands with finger upon lip. Silence, that's the symbol for silence associated with death. Love hath his gentle will. Love is like the pinnacle of life, the opposite of death. That's when you're at your peak, when you're alive and in love. That's the one thing that can make life worth living, even when you're going through the most shittiest of times. And though hearts have bled, which is what happens when you finish being in love, and tears have burned, which is what happens when you finish being in love, the river floweth unconcerned, that goes on, the river keeps flowing. Oh! They closed it! Did they close it up? Oh no, they didn't close it up. I just have to take a turn. Thanks for the poetry, A-Sham. Oh yeah, and then Token Flip Guy's got the real answer here. The guy who knows the most about Metal Gear Solid of all human beings I've ever encountered, Token Flip Guy, has the cleanest, easiest, and real answer. And it's that the fans wanted answers. Proto-fans. Like, that's what the internet devolved into. Yeah, they did. Kojima has been wanting to make a smarter story for the longest time, but was not able to because the fans wanted so much stupid bullshit to be there instead. So, this kind of... Where's Aha? I'm looking for mic readings. Okay, I actually remember. Aha was like right here, so I was in those storm drains for too long. I'm disoriented! That never happens! I had to check the map to find out where I was! We've all been there in real life, right? When you step out of a subway station, you get disoriented. You never get disoriented in this game, ever! I played this for like maybe 70 hours a decade ago and 9 hours this year, and I don't think I've been disoriented in this whole game until just now. Gotta also count that Kojima kept saying this is the last game for every game 2+ times. Yeah, that's another thing that has me feeling that he has been wanting to tell a good, clean story without all the baggage for a long-ass time. But unfortunately, it seems like around the time Death Stranding came along, a good, clean story is not what was going to come out by then. There it is. There it is. Okay, where am I pointed at? Let's move the marker. There! I'm already liking this better without the markers. Parthians were mid, but the Sassanids, though, oh boy, Parthians. I thought they both were kind of a pain in the ass for Rome for a little while, but not the same existential threat that Carthage was. I thought that the way it works was that after Carthage, there just was no more real threat to the whole of the Roman Empire, but the Persian territories had such an already established system with such a deep history behind it that they would never have been able to hold on to that one for very while anyway, and that is related to some version of the Persian Empire reappearing throughout Roman history within what was technically the Roman history, but definitely not their home territory. Correct me if I'm wrong, but oh my god, I don't have reflex mode on either. We're using the gun. We're not using the trank because reflex mode is turned off. I want to fire a burst instead of a single shot to the head if I'm in sudden, unexpected trouble. This game is going to get a lot more interesting next time I boot it up with mods on to increase view distance and my own George bullshit of turning reflex mode off. We're almost out of silencers. He's still alive!
If he's on the brink of death, it's hard to say whether he'll survive a Fulton extraction. If you have to extract someone who's on the verge of death, you better use the chopper. But if you're gonna carry them, put them to sleep first. You won't get far if you have to fight them every step.
Yeah. I want heroism. We're gonna do it. We shot to wound, not to kill. No! I feel bad for this guy, and I will feel like a hero if I bust this random enemy soldier out of here and like show him the kind of mercy he's not expecting and convince him of the righteousness of Big Boss's cause, right? That's the canon, isn't it? That's like what you're supposed to imagine is happening behind the scenes that convinces them, right? Right? That's another thing I never figured out, is like, these are soldiers. They have sworn mortal oaths to defend a cause, but they seem awfully cool with joining Big Boss's weird, incredibly weird cause instead. Is he asleep? Okay, yeah, he's asleep. Is this a dead end? I'm trying to find a concealed route out of here, and I don't know if it's possible anymore. I was thinking of climbing a ladder to get out of here, but that might not be happening. Let's look at the Soliton radar map. Okay, guards are light. I'm going for the, what is it? The northwestern exit. It looks like there's only one guard between me and the way out of here. Uh-oh. If you use stealth, more and more they'll have more cameras and NVGs and stuff, won't they? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. No matter what you do, the enemy adapts to it. The boss talking about reuniting the philosophers sound weird at face value when they killed his father. I guess whoever spotted me is got several layers of solid cover between me and them now, which is good for me. Close the door! I wish you could press Y to close the door at a distance. I just heard him. He's sneaking, he's clearing the building out room per room, and I'm hearing the doors open and close, and it's driving me crazy with the kind of tension this game's never had before. So I just spotted a guard at what should be my 11 or 12 o'clock on map. Yeah, who's this guy? It's an elevation thing. I'm not seeing him with my naked eyes. There he is! He was hidden in the shadows! Ah! Every human being, for at least once in their life, should experience the joy of George loving a stealth game. Okay, he just went in that door over there. I'm tracking them with my eyeballs. I'm using my eyes and ears. I love this shit. No, come on. I'm also trying to heroically bust... Oh, he's got to go to sleep. That's right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! You woke them up! Okay, shoot to wound, shoot to wound, aim for the legs. Let's turn the suppressor off. You know what? Improvising new sorry, man. They got a med bay over there. You're still alive. That doesn't count as a death. I'm sure I have perfectly fine heroism for now. We got the AHA tape extracted successfully, and that was the primary objective. I bet that guy didn't even have very good grades anyway.
Boss, that's a serious injury.
Alright, I don't remember how swimming works in this game. I also didn't know that there was going to be a cliff falling down into a river down there. My heroism decreased when taking the falling damage. The boss, pretty sure the boss says we need to make America great again. The boss says we need to make the world whole again, and I think that's somewhat less nationalistic, but still evil. I don't want to go this way, but I did just discover a cool new hidden path. Ah, there it is. I found out how to sneak into the enemy base using crack climbing.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Maybe she liked the idea of Prussia, not the biggest fan of a state with an army, but an enjoyer of an army with a state? Huh? Not the biggest fan of a state with an army, but an enjoyer of an army with a state. So, I don't know if the... Okay, good, we can safely walk on this water. It's a video game. I didn't know if I would instantly die when touching the water, but we're fine. With regards to the militant associations of Prussia, I don't like the word state is roughly synonymous with nation, and nation is in a lot of contexts roughly synonymous with ethnic identity. And one of the wildest things I learned in the in a German history podcast I was going through is that there is an ethnic identity associated with Prussians. They trace their or something. They trace their earliest history to the Prutsi tribe, who the Romans and Greeks totally would have considered barbarians, but I think were uncontacted at the time with the Roman and Greek world, and didn't make their way into official history until around 600 or 700 or something. A tribe in the area, the German-speaking area that emerged in the 600s and 700s out of the Dark Ages were the Prutsi, who later on would snowball their efforts into the Prussian state. So that doesn't seem like that weird of a concept, but I might not know enough about Prussian history in particular. Zoyev. That's a cool word. Makes me think of the Soyuz rockets. Okay, we got the AHA tape. Is that a tank? No. We extracted the prisoner, we got the interpreter.
Arrived at Mother Base.
We're still a little bloody. I think our horn's a little smaller. But decreasing or increasing our heroism may indeed be significantly more difficult than don't even have to call the helicopter, you just do it in the menu. What a phantom pain of a game. Increasing your heroism does seem to be considerably more difficult than decreasing your heroism. Ooh, more side-ups. Secure the Riot SMG blueprint, extract the highly skilled soldier. Oh, hell yeah, let's do that one. Oh, and we can land, like, right there. Why are these markers still on there? They're irrelevant now. But let's not land right there, because it might be too hot. Let's land away from the Yakko Wacko supply point and do this one.
Deploying.
Zero seemed paranoid and mentally ill before he had the legacy, though. The Philosopher's Legacy? So... that would have been... yeah, that would have been during Peace Walker stuff. Is it because I never played Portable Ops? Does all this strike me as so much more stupid because I never played Portable Ops? He doesn't seem mentally healthy. He's orchestrating... Zero in the truth tape still sounded normal, though. He was given an unspecified disease by Skullface. He doesn't seem mentally healthy. He's orchestrating a body double for his friend he previously didn't speak to for a decade. These guys are addicted to espionage. It's a bit like Ocelot. His solutions to problems are not normal. Addicted to espionage is a great way of describing it, actually. Yeah. They're obsessed with, with espionage, and that butterflies into the evil surveillance state. So, but that still doesn't change the next line I'm gonna say, which is I still wish I saw it happen instead of have someone on the radio swear to me over the phone that it happened years after the fact.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I also like that I'm using roads and landmarking to find my way. And the tracking with the binoculars is still going to be useful because of how it'll mark them on the map. Maybe I should have gone OSP for this mission too to make it more fun. Uh-oh. I love not knowing whether or not there's a guard right in front of me I might have missed earlier. That's a good feeling to have. A sense of caution. It's been missing from this game. This might satisfy my urge for long-distance sightlines for the open-world sneaking. If you can't mark them from a distance, that sure would help even the odds between you and the guards. Make it a bit more of an interesting fight. And it looks so much better. Look at this, like, Ground Zero's ass sort of composition they're going for. There's no gunk covering the screen. You can actually see the graphics, and the game still looks good 10 years later. Alright, let's mark guys, because it still counts for something. It puts them on our map. Oh, are we... we gotta interrogate someone. That's gonna be so interesting without marking. We gotta lure someone away from their post. The only guy I see is this search tower man. This is so much more immersive. Like I'm feeling the wind on my shoulders. Alright, we're gonna try interrogating Watchtower Man. He's not even in the zone. Oh, I hear a truck. The truck's not in the zone. Okay, I'm not gonna interrogate the Watchtower Man. I'm gonna pick a different plan. I think there's like a building, a bridge. Where would a highly skilled soldier be? Is the truck actually coming my way? Could I block it with D-Horse? Okay. Close enough. It was not close enough at all, actually. Alright, well, let's get it tagged. Intel team spotted an approaching threat. Ooh. Yeah, I'm so much more tempted to actually check the map now when she says it. I was, not quite so in tune with the intel reports when, tracking was turned on and there was no need for a sense of caution. Wait a second, was the intel team talking about the truck? Why would we need an intel update for that? Okay, well, back to the highly skilled...
The map has been updated.
Yeah, let's go to those. The green blob on the map. Aha!
Analysis complete.
That's not very highly skilled. He has D's and E's and everything. What kind of mission did they send me on? This guy's more highly skilled than... Nah. So I thought Ocelot, or Miller, or whoever, said this is the target when I was looking at a pretty poorly skilled guy. But maybe he just means the whole squad. This whole position they're hiding in here is the target. Can I Fulton him from behind? I really hope so. No. Is that an RPG? So they heard the holdups. Okay, now let's see if the mission completes when I take this guy.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction failed.
Extraction failed.
I'm sorry, boss, but the extraction failed. The support unit just isn't skilled enough. If you want to increase the success rate of Fulton extractions in bad weather, you need to improve the support unit.
I should have used a smoke grenade.
Side op completed.
Okay, that was interesting. So Miller said that's the target when it was the position instead of the individual guy. Secure the riot SMG blueprint. Q? Marker Q. Can I just like erase all my markers like in Death Stranding and
Marker removed. Marker placed.
let's travel during the daytime and sneak during the nighttime. Whoa! Oh wait. Whoa!
Enemy presence. The map has been updated.
Oh, 521, still a bit too early. How do we fast forward it for just a jiffy? Just a jiffy. Stop. Okay. There we go. Whoa! 707. And I have to actually use my eyeballs and my brain cells to find out where to go. So yeah, this is the other thing. Without the markers on, I'm going to be more tempted to use the roads than I would have before. It will be less boring to, the road versus path decision is going to be more interesting if there's less gunk on the screen. Because I'll be more dependent on natural landmarking than I will on the markers. Yeah, like my destination is somewhere over the next hill, and if I follow the road on the other side. That's such a much more interesting way to think of the basic act of my navigation than follow the marker. That's so much better. And gamers have rejected that. I find playing open world games without compasses and without markers to be so much more fun. And I was not ready to risk D-Horse's health on that drop I just made. Glancing back and forth from a big map to the skyline with your actual eyeballs is how it works in real life. We're used to it. We've all been there. Okay, we're gonna follow the road, take a right, and then we're there at the next fork. That's all. Okay, so let's stick to the right of the road. We do have a path of cliffs up there. Can we climb? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know how much I have to check the map now, and I have the route internalized pretty well. I played The Witcher like this, and I loved it. The Witcher 3, everyone loved The Witcher 3. What am I saying? But I felt like I was really getting an extra dose of love that a lot of other people might have been missing out on. They have a world designed with enough landmarking, enough signposting. The roads and layouts of the way the cities and towns work made enough sense. You could tell how far you were from a city by whether or not you were trotting past farms. Bodies of water were very useful landmarks for finding your way around. If I end up replaying this game again the whole way through, and I might for one of these Metal Gear Mondays, I will do it like this. Super hard difficulty, no markers, no reflex. I want to actually use a brain cell or two while playing a video game. This is not our destination. Can I climb? Can I climb? I don't know if I want to horse past that post. I would like to move on foot past that post for greater sneakiness. Come on, come on, come on. It's an open world game. I'm going to do this whether the game developer wants me to or not. You can't tease me with all these alternate routes and then not have me use it. Oh, is this walker gear stuff? Is that what's going on here? Let me try the horse. You have 4 legs. I have only 2. You can probably get better footing.
The map has been updated.
Yes! Okay, now... there we go.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
There are guys looking in directions that might be inconvenient, but I don't think at the range I need to worry about. I would have liked having to worry about this post more than I have to worry about it. Their sightlines are way too strong. This guy's looking right at me in broad daylight, and he turned his head away, and... yeah, I gotta fix. I'm saying the word fix. I gotta lengthen and strengthen that. Did you just see what happened? The sandstorm rolled in and it disoriented me a bit. I had to check the map a couple times. God, this looks so much better, too. Look at this. It looks like I'm playing one of the trailers. Look at how good this looks. I don't know if I'm going the right way. Okay, it's a dirt road, not a paved road, and that's also disorienting me a bit. The map does not specify, but it's like I have no choice but to use the road right now.
Clouds approaching.
And that's very scary because an enemy vehicle could be using the same road and we'll pass each other. Now we can veer off. Yeah, sandstorms actually disorienting you. That's awesome. Look how good this looks! Ah! Alright, now, what was the mission? Gun emplacement, enemy predicted. Secure the Riot SMG blueprint. Somewhere in there. Whoa, let's get down.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
I love how I have this advantageous overlook and I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, there's one guy.
Analysis complete.
Dumpsters. Oh, this must be Intel team stuff. Giving you markers before you go in. That's awesome. Okay, so maybe I should jump from dumpster to dumpster to dumpster to make my way through here. Should I interrogate gun emplacement man? Ooh, he has a B in Intel. Yeah, let's get him. As far as third-person open-world action games with manually controllable camera systems that involve light crafting and heavy stealth go, this really does have to be the peak of that stuff. Like, I love once I turned the markers off, getting here was a journey. It felt like the open world was utilized better than when you have the markers turned on. I had to pay attention to the roads and the geography and the storm. I was not just holding forward. And now that I've got my overlook of this place, it's like I'm very incentivized to grab this guy, interrogate him, drag him off to the shadows, and then get him to scream and bring his friends out of their own hiding spots in their cover. This is so much better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, better. I've played this game to completion and played the hell out of stealth games in general, so this is what I want, but this now that I have ticked this option on in the menu, I am enjoying this game so much better now.
Try interrogating them.
Yeah, no, okay, there's still going to be this problem of a guy in my ear telling me what I already know all the time, but we're going to try interrogating him, and I'm real worried about these interiors. Between me and this guy that I'm after, there is a lot of cover. Who other bad guys could be sneaking in. We could probably crawl and box our way. Okay, that was not a guy, that was trash. We could probably crawl and box our way to him. Oh, I picked the wrong camo. Can I climb on a rooftop? I heard someone talking to my right. Oh, I don't like how dark that window is. Okay, now is there a faster way to carry him off? Yes, there is. We're gonna go for a hold up, then a CQC choke. We're gonna carry him to a secluded place. I just got plus... Was that a +5 or a -5? I'm playing the game and have too much to pay attention to, but someone watching it might have noticed. One of the downfalls of super high-definition gaming is that game developers just love to cram the screen with tiny text now. But was that a +5 or a -5 to my heroism? Is that how I'm going to make my horn smaller? I'm not following my plan. This is too slow. There's still too much of an unknown factor. These streets are full of too many hiding spots. There might be only 4 guards around, but just one of them could really screw me up like this. Oh, that's such a good feeling. Yep, let's do this indoors, where there are the minimal amount of sight lines. No! Okay. thought there would be a minimal amount of sight lines, but... Oh, thank you.
The map has been updated.
Blueprint.
Marker removed.
Okay, so it's behind me. And my when I turn around, it'll be at a straight 12 o'clock. It's in a house, 2 houses away, opposite of the big house on the main street. To the immediate, it's going to be my left, but dumpster's right of a dumpster. That's how you play games without compasses and mini-maps. It's not that hard, you guys. Turn around, 12 o'clock. Let's, not come out again. I'm thinking of actually keeping this guy with me. No. I'm no longer thinking of using him to alert his friends. I'm thinking of just crawling and boxing my way across the road. Yeah, it should be in either this house, this house, or this. I can't even see the markers I'm placing down, but I can eyeball it. It's not the house with the dish. There's one behind, and is there just no one around? I mean, I appreciated the sense of caution and how much tactics I was using, but if I'm using them against no one, it's kind of a wasted effort. Alright, now yeah, it should be the house right in front of me. Oh god, this is so much better. Look at the Tom Clancy shit I actually feel like I need to do now. It's still kind of hard to bumble snake around in the interiors, but I think this is the objective. Yeah. I got a PB shield. And I think we're good. No need to call his friends. But I still feel an urge to stay low and slow, be tactical, move from cover to cover, make Tom Clancy proud. One thing that I'm immediately noticing is that following Twitch chat with my other eyeballs without any markers on the screen is a lot harder. I'm walking into I'm walking into too many sightlines. Can I climb? I'd like to be on a roof right now, please, thank you. I don't think there's anyone around. Oh, I know what I could do to check. Hello? Hello? Was anyone out and about? No. It might have been just that one guy. The music didn't change, I think. I mean, actually, it might have changed from nothing to tension, but it didn't go to alert. Hey! Hey, there's at least one guy. Man, it took him a while. Anyways, I'm out. We're clean. We snuck. We extracted. Now we're going to increase our heroism.
Analysis complete.
Ooh, what's his scores? Nah, not great. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Okay, who else is around here? Wow. Okay. I'm gonna try to slowly sneak up on this guy while also scrolling through a lot of Twitch chat that I need to catch up on. Alright, here we go. I can imagine a fan comic or sitcom where the MGS cast gets infinite money and Big Boss walks in with a pizza where everything is on fire. But, like, Big Boss himself is supposed to turn into kind of a villain, too. We don't really see it, at least in this game. We absolutely see it in Metal Gear 2. But, we just needed to see more of Big Boss and Big Boss's old friends than what we got. The other bases are now on high alert in case you pass through them. That's cool. They're now permanently on edge after they engage in combat. But what happens if I back out to a menu or something? Also, more soldiers have arrived. That's more opportunities for me to hold people up and increase my heroism. I arrived at a side-op area. Wait, I thought I got the blueprint. Oh no, that was the PB Shield blueprint, not the Riot SMG blueprint. Okay. I wonder if I should destroy their radio. Will that increase my heroism? Actually, we have a new objective. It's not actually about the heroism anymore. It's about the SMG blueprint. Brum brum. Brum brum. Brum brum. I want to point out that I would not be this cautious if I hadn't thrown a bunch of magazines and fired a gunshot in the air to test if anyone was around here. This is great. This is absolutely a great way to play. Where's the truck going? I don't have it tagged, so I don't know. Gotta check it on map. And that map is still so omnipotent, it's fine. It seems weird that I don't know how to say "don't move" in Russian by now. I feel like that's something we would have learned from video games. No, we haven't learned it from video games because video games are not actually about holding people up and freezing them. No, you use the guns to shoot people instead. Alright, I got a little bit more heroism. There was still one around here. We might need to do an interrogation. Oh, did he spot me? He's leaned over. No, he didn't. He's normal. I mean, I don't know if I'd call that normal, but he's not chasing me or spotting me or anything. Right. I forgot the interrogation.
Hands up. Spit it out.
Alright.
Map has been updated.
Oh, is that truck? Oh, he's getting closer. Wait, did I hear him get up? No. Okay. Where was the blueprint he told me about?
Will clear shortly.
I gotta, like... It's right in front of me. It must be on the other side of this wall. That guy was making me nervous, but I don't think I need to be nervous.
Where are the others? Where are your friends?
Okay, that wasn't necessarily the same as column. I think I'm safe to open this door. I think I'm well out of range of his view distance, even in his alert phase. Yay! Yay! That was it.
Updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What is this? Is this the cosmic microwave background? Is this the visible universe? What am I looking at? Kind of looks like the cosmic microwave background radiation. Which is an insane image to think about. Hey guys, I recommend a Great Courses course. You know the Great Courses? They're great. I think the great course called Intro to Cosmology, right, not cosmogamy. Cosmogony. Cosmogony is when you're doing ancient mythology and you're all superstitious and telling stories. Cosmology is when you're doing a modern creation story that is based on science and not mythology, and actually understanding what the cosmic microwave background radiation is a wonderfully powerful, spiritual, nice experience that I don't think I would have gotten if it weren't for that course.
The map has been updated.
Spit it out. Talk. Where are the others?
So if I get in fights, my heroism might decrease if I kill people, but I'm wondering if I get in fights and wound enemies and keep them alive and escort them back home with the helicopter, if that will increase my heroism. I think I've seen the heroism decrease when kills are happening, but not when wounds are happening. It's not necessarily the gun shooting a human. Like, it's fine up until they hit 0 HP, and then it's a bad thing. There were also some diamonds he told me about. They keep talking about the houses right next door to them. I wish they had voice lines. It's incredibly strange and weird and disappointing. Phantom pain, if you will, that they don't have voice lines, but it is cute that they seem to have some kind of geographic proximity to what they're talking about. Oh, he's coming. This might be a difficulty thing, too. That's definitely some of the fastest searching after a spotted intruder I've ever seen a Metal Gear Guard do. And he's going all alone, too. This guy's courageous. He doesn't need a formation. He does need a formation, he just doesn't know it. Maybe we shouldn't bring him back. Maybe he's just an idiot. Oh, what? There he is. Whee! Oh, come on. I didn't get any heroism for that? Onias problema? It's almost like he was speaking Spanish for a second there. Alright, let's do some hold-ups. Let's get some heroism. I got a big ugly horn on my bloody face, and it's not gonna do. If I point a gun at a defenseless man behind his back, that increases my heroism.
Where are your friends?
If I force him to tell me where I can steal his property from, that'll increase my heroism. Oh, there's another one out there. I heard him.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Where? Ha! This is great. What a great game. I don't know if I'm able to focus on super duper high difficulty, no marker, no reflex MGS5, and pay attention to the Twitch chat at the same time, though. The game is now commanding my I wanted to climb it, not get inside it. But the game is now,
Go ahead and smoke that cigar of yours.
Okay, the game is now commanding as much focus of as many senses as I tend to prefer in my video gaming experiences. Maybe the last soldier left was in here? Oh, enemy predicted field of movement, last known position. Oh, come on, you could have made that. I also just now realized I never updated the text log of deaths. Which one is it? Not that one. Not that one. MGSV D horse fall damage multiplier. You know what, we can just set it to D horse fall damage. D horse fall damage ended the run. This is a great game. This is a fantastic game that very awkwardly addresses themes of disappointment and anticlimactic coping. And those themes are being addressed in a much smarter way than it's going to address the themes of politics and revenge and race or whatever the chapters are named after. Where is this tape? There's also... I actually have to look out the windows to see what's going on down there.
Caution. Sandstorm.
Oh, sandstorm. Perfect. I'm scared to go out, but not if there's a sandstorm happening. I want the tape, by the way. I'm still sticking around here, and I'm going to try to steal the tape. Heard a noise? Where are... Imagine... I could actually see this guy if we had an overhead camera. Oh, there we go, there we go. Is he marked? Oh my god, there's tagged enemies right behind me. Oh, this is a truck I must have tagged earlier. Oops. That was a mistake, but we might be able to turn it into a miracle. I still don't like... Okay, that makes more sense. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do to safely enter interiors. Maybe that's how you do Tom Clancy stuff in this game. Ah!
Shortly.
Hey, wait a second. I know what I need to do. I was just gonna... Never mind. The risks are too high. This, Nope. Ah! The lack of tracking means I might accidentally walk into some guard's angle and get blasted. Oh, you have too much HP, though. Okay. The need to do Tom Clancy shit is kind of mitigated by how you can take an unexpected burst from an unexpected angle. Unlike Rhinoceros and Peace Walker, who I died, Okay, I was thinking about going back and scanning the guards for their skills to decide who I would bring back. No, this is just the survivor of circumstance. I got attacked, no one died, I hope. The bionic arm I don't think is a lethal weapon, but I don't know how confident I am about making that call.
Support helicopter.
But I did not have the confidence to go back inside because I heard another soldier in there and I did not know where he was. And by the Hunt Showdown sort of stealth game logic that I'm operating on by muscle memory, that's not usually worth the risk. So we're bringing this guy out. We shot him in the legs, and we're gonna take him home and see what that does to our heroism score and if we'll have a cleaner face and a smaller horn. A less horny, less bloody snake. Unfortunately, though, I don't think I've done any of these missions perfectly clean. I keep getting spotted at the very end and have to make a mistake, true to the E3 2014 trailer experience, I suppose, but nevertheless somewhat unsatisfying for a super-duper try-hard Metal Gear weirdo like myself. But maybe we will get that later during some kind of full playthrough. So one thing I really want to do later with Metal Gear Mondays, I don't know how lucrative it'll be for this incredibly suspicious period of of history my building, my condo towers HOA is going through. But I would like to do super duper hard modes of all the Metal Gear Solid mainline games that allow you to get funky with the interface like this. I just want the flowers, but I'm coming back. Please don't leave me. Oh, Tarragon. Oh, Wormwood, my bad. Okay, now we can go. Metal Gear Solid 1 without the radar is a very, very fun, satisfying experience that I love. Metal Gear Solid 2 without the radar is not something I've tried, but I'm down. A Metal Gear Solid 2 European Extreme run is something, a European Extreme no-trank run especially, is something I've never actually managed to get all the way through. The bosses in Metal Gear Solid 2 play very differently in European Extreme. Maybe I did actually do a European Extreme run, but I used the trank.
Extraction arrived.
I've never played Metal Gear Solid 2 without the radar, though. And Metal Gear Solid 3 on Extreme mode is just always a good time.
It's time you took a break. Do it for me.
In a minute, we gotta take a shower. Oh no, are they gonna do cutscene stuff? Oh yeah, we have to show, Venom Snake, playing with D-Dog. He's gotta nuzzle the puppy. So, yeah, I would really like to play these games on harder difficulty modes. So much interesting stuff comes out. Is he a husky?
Here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though.
Or is it just a wolf? I don't think the wolves in Afghanistan would look like that. And I don't think huskies, a stray husky,
No, I can look after him.
would really,
He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful.
would be easily findable in
I suspect you
Afghanistan.
discovered a real diamond in the rough.
Oh, look at how happy they are.
Polish. I'd say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
What the fuck, camera? Oh no, is its eye okay? I don't think its eye is okay.
Right.
Everyone who gets involved in these stories keeps losing an eye for some reason. Why do Ocelot's glasses look so stupid, by the way? Who thought that looked cool?
Come on, Dee Dee.
Oh, I don't think it's moving normal either. Whoa! So the cigar just makes Donna Burke scream. We should be able to use that as a decoy in the missions. If we smoke the cigar and Donna Burke screams, guards should be able to hear it. Staff morale increased! Okay. He looks kind of normal now, right? He's not so bloody, but it might not be the shower that did it. It could have been the lack of heroism. The horn looks about what I'm used to. How do we check this thing in the... Is it under log? How do we check our heroism score? Oh! This is how I can see all those pop-up messages. I keep missing. Fame decreased, heroism -10. Soviet CP entering combat status, weather's clearing. That must have been when I was getting in a fight. I lost heroism from... Did I accidentally kill someone in the fight? I think I remember CQCing and bionic arming and then non-lethally shooting a guy in the legs who I extracted by helicopter later. Medicinal plant. But is there like an overall balance? Like isn't it a morality system or sort of like a spectrum? There's a neutral, a good, and an evil, and I should be somewhere in some intersection between the three.
Boss, thanks for saving that puppy.
Thanks for saving that puppy. The demon's point system is invisible. Your horn won't grow until it piles up tons of quartz. Is that the same thing as heroism? It goes up and down in 10-point intervals. The horn's not bad. The blood was pretty bad for a while on his face. Thanks for saving that puppy. Staff morale increased! I wonder... there's a certain sort of plausibility there. But yeah, in any case, we got to wrap up this stream for tonight. This was a lot of fun. I'm sorry that I technically died pretty early in the run, but this being an open world sandboxy non-linear game as it is, there was a lot of fun still to be had in the open world. And I think that turning the markers off, the markers off, maybe the reflex off, and getting you in the mindset of really paying attention to every single sightline and angle that you're exposed to as you go through the open world does address one of the common criticisms of this game not having anything to do in the open world. I feel like if I increase difficulty to a certain extent, the open world design is going to make a lot more sense. The cliffs, for example, the cliffs, the open space, what is a road, what is not a road. That sandstorm is something that I had to navigate pretty differently without the markers compared to with. It was a layer of interactive depth in the game that you just don't get until you are forced to deal with that.
Yeah, too cute.
Man, I want to pet him.
Yeah, just once.
I want to touch his paw pads.
Yeah, just... Wait, what?
You don't want to touch him too?
No, that, never really occurred to me.
You don't know the awesomeness of a puppy's paw pads?
I guess not. But yeah, I bet they would feel nice.
Right?
You can't say the game doesn't have personality. It does not have... I don't know if my judgment is that radically different from 16, 17, 15? When the game first came out, the biggest missing limb of the phantom pain that you're feeling is the lack of a cinematic adventure. The story that this game wants you going through is not going to be a cinematic adventure. But it's still a story. It still has personality. It's telling a story, non-linear. You could not cut it together like a movie. You're supposed to replay missions over and over again and feel something about how weird that all is, and that folds in somehow to this theme of the phantom pain going on. That is way smarter than any of the bullshit about the Patriots and the Metal Gear Solid 3 cast turning into evil idiots because they had unlimited money. So, I have loved rediscovering the depth to these games that happen when you bump the difficulty up. And I think for a while, for Metal Gear Monday, I would like to replay the Metal Gear Solid series all the way through, but on some of the highest difficulties they all offer. I had a ton of fun doing that before with Metal Gear Solid 1, and now I would also like to get immersed and actually enjoy the story and not talk all the time, but I don't know if I can do that with all this monetary pressure. I have to fish for donations, and it's so sad. It's so sad. I don't know how I'm going to make ends meet at the end of this month. If I get another sponsored video out by the end of the month, I'll be able to pay a very expensive bill and have $0 left in my checking account. If I get a sponsored video done. But the plan before this $3,000 HOA bill came out was to do a playthrough of the series on super hard difficulties in a very chill way where I wouldn't have to worry about narrating all the time and putting on a good performance. I would like to enjoy the stories again and not talk in the cutscenes and really be immersed and not try to market myself as a personality while I'm actually enjoying these games I love so much in a way I've not played them before that I would love more. We didn't even feel the time pass. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Okay, Roller 42's got this. There is a cohesive story going on in-game with the story missions, but you have to be perfectly stealthy to play it out. It's entirely missable. What are you talking about? Are you talking about how the story of all the Metal Gear Solid games make more sense the more non-lethally and stealthy that you play? Or is there something else going on here? You have to be perfectly stealthy to see it play out. You're not talking about the nukes, the multiplayer nuke disarmament thing, because that was another weird way this game tells its story. Like, the story doesn't really complete until all the players on the multiplayer mode disarm their nukes or something, right? Regarding cinematic canon, I mean, it's this particular game, the conversations in TPP. I just think... I hope that there is a good story. Not necessarily a cohesive story, or rather, not just a cohesive story or a coherent story, or even an extant story that exists. I am hoping that with further rediscovery, it will actually be a good story. That won't have a satisfying middle and end. A good story that is not being delivered by anything that fits the classic Aristotelian 3-act structure that we get 99% of our stories throughout life with. It's more non-linear than a Tarantino story. It is, I feel like there's a good story in here that we as a society just might not really be able to fully comprehend because it's being delivered in a way that is relatively brand new in human history. The previous Metal Gear games were were far more conservatively mimicking movies, and it seems like Kojima, as much as he loved movies, is not interested anymore in doing a cinematic movie-like game, which is fine and good, actually. I would argue for the health of the medium overall. But it's going to take some getting used to. So... no, Eddie, I'm sorry. Eddie! He got caught in the headphone cable. Descending a dog from your lap is always less elegant than the ascent. So, I would like to play the Metal Gear Solid games on a super hard difficulty and really soak myself. What the fuck did I just say? And really immerse myself. You know, it's connotations with like water and moisture, right? I would really like to soak up the story. That's what I was trying to say. And get immersed and not talk too much up until we get to 4, Peace Walker, and 5, where there are things going on with the story that I've always had a very frustrating time butting my head against with. If I increase the difficulty modes of those games, I feel like I'll learn more about, oh, should I skip Peace Walker for this, actually? I did want to play it on a portable. I don't want to ruin that one for me. I might skip Peace Walker for this, next Saga adventure, because I do want good first impressions. I need to be in a good mindset to fully appreciate it, and I'm not going to talk about it good if I don't fully appreciate it first.
Everybody knows that. There was this unit in World War II called the Cobra. Commander was
I don't want to hear that again. That's stupid. That's the stupid part of the story.
Snake? Snake!
But yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 and Metal Gear Solid 5. I think I might skip Peace Walker for this upcoming saga of the Metal Gear Mondays, because I want to play that on a portable in its natural environment where it can be better appreciated. Metal Gear Solid 4 was a lot of fun to bump the difficulty up, and you actually had to pay attention to the battlefield sneaking stuff, where there was an incentive to help the rebels against the PMCs. A lot of interesting stuff came out on that harder difficulty that I did not see before. I would also like to give the story another shot, because I've read a chunk of the Metal Gear Solid 4 novelization, which actually probably tells it better than the game does. And yeah, with Metal Gear Solid 5, this was a blast. I'm down to do it again. I would like to replay the main story on a harder difficulty mode, but I still want to hold on to my 100% saves. However, wait, okay, and Roller 42 also has some tips on how to get a better story experience too. There's a cohesive story, there's conversations, events, and stuff that goes down if you don't disrupt what's happening with the caution alert. Right. So one of the things earlier in the game, in the like C2E mission, the Russians are talking about Wolbachia vocal cord parasites, right? But you don't have the interpreter to understand them. You have to get the interpreter later and then go back and replay the missions. And that's not coherent. It's incoherent, but there might be like some kind of meaning that you were supposed to glean from the act of replaying things and getting better and better at it every time that is telling a story with a new kind of language that we might have only really been able to start to decipher since the days of Dark Souls, which by this game's timeline was only 4 years beforehand. Nowadays, we might be slightly more well-equipped to understand the kind of story this is trying to tell. It might still be a few years before we are there as a species. We might not be the Homo ludens yet. You might need to be a Homo ludens to understand the weird, non-linear, repetitive, progressive-based, abstract, surrealistic, hyper-violence narratives that we're digging into with this game here. Which is why I proudly am going to announce that next week for Metal Gear Monday, we're not actually going to play Metal Gear Solid 1 on hard mode with the radar turned off. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Thanks for coming to the streams. Thanks for the donations, for those who donated. Next week on Metal Gear Monday, we're not playing Metal Gear at all, but we might as well be, because we're playing Death Stranding.